Why hello everybody. Welcome to what I hope will not be an insta-ban from Twitch. Welcome to the late Valentine stream. I've already signed up for stuff and everything, so we're good to go. We're going to grab some card decks, because of course we are. Because... redeem. Because they have some. And this is a card game. I have no idea how this plays. I haven't actually played the game yet. Please don't ban me, Twitch. Twitch has a category for this game. I'm pretty sure I'm good. Pretty sure I'm fine and safe and nothing's going to happen. These are free cards, so why not? Just grab them. We'll go. The lobbyist? Interesting. Interesting job title you have there. Alright, now that we got our free cards, let's start the story. Let's see what happens. I have no idea. I don't have Pepsi today because they were out of Pepsi today, so I got myself some Dr. Pepper. For me, when it comes, because I already know this is going to have a lot of voice acting. I wanted something that would be able to coat my throat. Valises. Hey, Vitus, it's late, but do you want to read this together? He hands Vitus a crudely fashioned book. It's old, well-worn, and he's held it more times than he could count. The Tomb of the Crown Mages. It's a simple, earnest request. Vitus sits down and opens the book once more. Aeons ago, Mukaki came into this world, a devil who fought to twist the virtues of those around him. With the spread of his influence upon the land, those who fought in the ensuing trials became known as heroes. The divine god Makari Hari, along with these heroes, sealed away Mukagi in a great trial, bringing peace to the land. In the aftermath, Makari Hari left the seal in the hands of his followers, a gift of duty before returning to paradise. In the many, many years since, the role of sheltering this tale of a god, a devil, and the many brave heroes has fallen to you. The future of the Crown Mages. Oh wow, really? That put me right to sleep, I guess. I'm assuming that's me. Together the two sit in the fading candlelight. The stone below lingering with warmth from a sunny day, the sky above filled with endless stars, their home and everything beyond. Vitus thinks to himself, if I feel something, does that make it right? The flame flickers out. The flames flicker out. My bad. Several years passed until a day came that thrust their lives into turmoil. Soon to be occupied by rebel forces, the two crown mages readied to flee their academy, or whatever sorry state was left of it. Sir! Valises! Where are you, Valises? Valises? Valises! I hope I'm pronouncing the names right. I have no idea. Valises? What are you doing? The rebels are breaching the outer walls. We need to get our asses out of here now. What are you staring at? That's the seal of Mukaki. I hope I'm saying that right. You're not thinking of taking it with us, are you? Yes, I'm going to take it with us. What if you break it? We don't know what will happen. That's the point. If it has to be broken, we should do it. What do you mean by that? These rebels will definitely loot the academy. I have packed all the other artifacts, and this is the only one left. They'll break it anyway if we don't. Then Mukaki could be unleashed in front of the rebels. I just had a petty thought. Perhaps we should let that happen. It can be their problem. No! Even if he must be summoned back to this world, he should be under our control. This has been a part of our duty for hundreds of years. Isn't our duty to not let him out? Spare me. That doesn't sound like the Vitus I know. You're the one who always tells me not to heed concerns from centuries ago. Doesn't mean we... Wait, I'm getting confused on who's talking. What? Vitus is the tiger dude. Tigus dude. Okay, so Valises said, "You're the one who always tells me not to heed concerns from centuries ago." Doesn't mean we have to risk this by ourselves. Okay. There's only one of us left here anyway. There's only two of us left here anyway. Don't know why I said one. I need to count myself too, right? There's nothing else to lose. But it's not! Think otherwise. What if we can bid the devil to help us to defeat the invaders? I don't think it's a... Don't touch that seal! Valises! Finally! After hundreds of years, I am free. This time I will have my revenge. You... creature! What did you do to Valises? Valises? You mean the guy lying over there? You showed me nothing. It was just a blank floor. Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on with him. You two wouldn't have to be the mortals who liberated me from the seal. Guess I need to thank you for that. What do you want in return? I'm in a pretty good mood now. I don't suppose I could ask you for you to reseal yourself? What? Are you kidding me? I'm spitting. Holy shit. You think I'm stupid? Well, I'd like to think that the concept of intellect would be subjective to the divine and the immortal. Because when you, have unlimited time... Shut it!
You mortals seem to have forgotten my power. Time to teach you a lesson. Let's duel!
Ready your cards, Crown Mage. Vitus confronts Mukaki in a trial and manages to hold him off, surprised by his lack of power. Story mode trials are currently in development. As such, they are not yet available for the entire playable story. Oh, okay. Damn it, I can't actually duel them. I can just only talk to them. I guess I can only duel, online, I guess? Oh, well.
Enough! Valises, wake up! You have proven yourself in the world of dungeon monsters.
What's going on?
You fainted and... Is that Mukaki? Damn! It's all because of that seal. How can I possibly be this weak if not for that damned seal? Are you...
Are you the real Mukaki?
Of course I am!
So the legend is real. Mukaki's truly here, in the flesh.
Well, it's about time that somebody's excited to see me. But was that bastard really that successful in my absence? Why can't I feel the goodwill of all the people seeking freedom? Goodwill, you said? Judging by your costumes, I assume you're crown mages. Well, since you're both still guarding this miserable place, I'd assume things didn't go so well the last few centuries. After all, if Makari Hari had given you his blessing, I'd expect to see more followers present for this grand occasion. It's like he's entirely abandoned this order. What a delicious piece of irony it would be if everybody forgot it's you crown mages who made Makari Hari win the battle.
Stop. I can't keep listening to this ranting and raving.
Raving?!
There must be some way to seal him back. Some ritual stored in the old archives.
Oh, come on! You can't be serious!
Vitus, maybe we should hold off on this. I can hear the rebels still ramming the front gate of the outer walls. We have limited time. And besides, I think it's a good idea to listen to how Mukaki thinks. He remembers history. Sorry, Valises. I know this is bizarre for me to act like this, but I don't feel right ignoring what the Crown Mages have protected here for centuries. I have to check what the archives say about this. Hey! Just wait for a moment, would you? I promise that this won't take long. Master. I know you told me not to come to this part of the library. Not unless we knew for sure what the Academy was that the Academy was lost. It's been so long since you were here. Is this really the last time we'll walk these halls? What will home be for us then? I wonder what I'll do to bear it. This scroll has a seal of Makari Hari on the necklace binding it. Just like the one that kept Mukaki prisoner. Perhaps this can tell me what kind of ritual we could use to seal him again. Oh! What? What is happening? The scroll is burning! Get it out of your hands! Oh! Ah, the day finally comes. Mukaki the devil, I won't let you do whatever you want this time. Wait, where is that fiend? What? Uh-huh. Huh? A crown mage, and a very noble-looking one, too. You summoned me. Makari Hari? He's real, too. See him with my own eyes. Huh. Is there only one of you? I thought that my appearance would call for a crowded ceremony. Regardless, I can sense that devil is still in this world. Let us meet him. Well, tarry not, immortal. Dude's barely wearing anything. Vitus, good timing. The outer gate has fallen and they're ramming the front doors now. We should go quickly. Another crown mage. Why was he left alone with the enemy? Wait, who's that? I don't know how to answer that. It was a scroll and a necklace holding it together in the library, and Mukaki the devil, I won't let you do whatever you want this time. Lord Makari Hari? You! It's always you. When will you learn to listen to others? Perhaps after we seal you back where you belong. Wait, Mukaki has told me things that may help us escape. There are other things you may wish to hear. You've listened to the hissing of this deceiver. No wonder you are blustered and frantic. I mean, look at those bulbs. That's just because we're currently besieged by... Get out of my way, mortal! Or you'll be punished like the devil. Felicis! Trial, ready your cards, Crown Mage. Vitus and Felicis convince the deities to stop their fighting. The story continues. Oh, no, whoops! Wait, hold on! Stop! Are you really the true... That necklace holding the scroll together. It must be his artifact. It must have been triggered when you slipped it off. But why? Why am I so unlucky? And what is your artifact doing in a lowly place like this? Do you not store it properly? Are you talking to me or Makari? This necklace, it was a treasured possession of our mentor. I don't know what it is. Its purpose is to be used as Mukaki's seal once the first one fails. Neither of you knew this, yet the two of you claim to be crown mages. Why would crown mages stop me from sealing the devil? But most importantly, why are there so few of you? Well, we're certainly crown mages. Not that it means much, considering what happened to the legacy of the guild over the years. Anyway, that's not important right now. There are only two of us left. No more crown either. We're living in a country without a monarch. That doesn't mean you should... Wait, is that the reason I lost my power? Do people in this era still follow my teachings? Your teachings? Yes, do people still follow me? I guess so. Your church is everywhere. But most people don't believe in your existence. They see the battle between you and Mukaki as some myth. Like my friend Valisa says, faith for this guild has long crumbled. It's very much gone. We're the last crown mages. Besides, I don't think our mentor could have recruited anybody if he didn't adopt us. I'd argue he never recruited anyone. Hold on. So if I have so many followers, this doesn't make any sense.
Why did you break the seal?
It's almost like I had a reason for doing so and have tried to tell you multiple times why.
Ah, damn it.
Language! In front of God! Can't waste any more time here. The enemy forces already passed the portcullis of the academy. They could appear any second. Enemy force. Yes, I thought it better for Crown Mage to remove the seal rather than letting the enemy seize it, so... yeah. Then why did you stop me? You saw how weak the devil is. I can still seal him with your help. As I just said, the rebels would just break the seal again. And Mukaki went on, claiming that he's not guilty, that he didn't want to conquer the world, and then he also said...
I said you're a big ugly jerk, Makari Hari. Why do you have to attack me every time we meet?
Is my voice changing for him? I think my voice is changing for him. Oops, did I skip something? No, okay. Sorry, I pressed a button. Because you were already planting deceit into the head of an ignorant is how you operate. What do you mean, the head of an ignorant? Do you just mean somebody who doesn't follow you? Whatever, Makari.
No, I wasn't.
You were.
Hey, I just realized you're nothing now. And I don't need to carry a...
Oh yeah,
And I don't need to care about you, crown mages. Could you bring me on the trip too? You're fleeing, right?
We're going now. We have to go. Yes, but you're the devil. Why should we bring the devil with us?
I can surely help you someday. I'm not like him, who's always stingy and doesn't want to help the mortals.
Really?
Absolutely, I will help you. Besides, I really don't like him. I don't want to crush this world. I just want a world where people can make their own choices with their free will. How is that bad? Well, that bastard kept depicting what I did as evil. That's unfair. You really are a shithead.
Nice try. Why don't you mention how everything that you did eventually caused chaos? All the greedy, impulsive actions, the violence, the famines, the chronic instability. I was simply nipping it in the bud.
Rubbish. You never listen to anybody else. It's totalitarianism.
And what you have done is terrorism.
At least you didn't deny what you did.
That's enough. Did I not say we need to hurry up? Felicis already fled for the tunnels.
I will accept my failure if my people eventually reject me, but I don't deserve to be sealed away by this jerk.
And why I should ever give you a chance to spread any chaos. I said...
Now that you know the truth, you shouldn't be fooled by him anymore.
Surely you've won them over with your sophisticated tantrums, right?
The enemy is going to... I will bring freedom to this world.
And I will defend order.
Shut up! I said the enemy is approaching.
I gathered everything we may need. Let's move. We have to move faster. And you two, if you want to come, then come, but no more squabbling. Journey to Ironopolis. Ironopolis. Journey to Ironopolis, Part 1. Actually hit the mic there. Oof. Excuse me, the tunnel we used to escape the academy was narrow and treacherous. Seeing the light of the forest offered only a moment's respite when we could still hear the reveling rebels pillage our home from the hills behind us. Ooh, that is a tongue twister right there. We made our way to the gates of a nearby village, crossing paths with merchants and families who were fleeing the inevitable path of the soldiers. A caravan offered to let us travel with them to increase the number of able bodies on the road. The offer was accepted with gratitude. However, there was someone being less amicable. I never expected for there to only be 2 crown mages left. And now we have to escape while concealing ourselves among the poor. Wow, you really are a bitch of a god, aren't you? Kind of agreeing with Mukage over here. You're an ass.
What? Are you looking down on the less fortunate?
How so? Wow. Social hierarchies always get established in the domains of mortals. You're the one bringing up trivial issues here. Clearly you recognize this reality of if you are willing to call them less fortunate.
You haven't changed, have you? Always willing to argue.
And you certainly haven't shaken your predisposition to assume. Alright, can we stop? You two have been at this since we set off. The headache is killing me. Not to mention that I can't address or do anything about you two in front of other people. Oh, now that's a good question. Why does it seem that other people cannot see you?
Don't ask me!
Only crowned mages are capable of seeing us. The results of your meditations since childhood have made this possible for you two. That sounds like a lie, but fascinating. What I'm more concerned about right now is whether or not you two can stop bickering. Just shut up! Well, that really depends on... What? What's going on? Damn, it looks like a group of bandits blocked the road up ahead.
No, this isn't good. We're not fit for combat.
What about the people we're with? Hell if I know, we're just a random band of refugees. They don't look like they know how to fight.
Any weapons?
I can try to find something. We might be able to repurpose our tools or utensils for offense, but that's about it. I also have this relic of a spear I took from the altar, but I highly doubt it's usable in its current state.
That's it! The spear! The spear! Looks like the mortals are saved.
It would seem so. What are you both talking about? Listen up, I'm going to teach you the ritual summoning, right here, right now. Ritual summoning, our mentor used to speak about it, but he said it was lost forever.
Yeah, because I fucking know it! Now, come here!
He demonstrated the ritual to us when we were young, but nothing came from it. Was there something missing all this time? How far this guild has fallen, but no matter, I can teach you too.
Hold your tongue, I can teach them as well. Listen, so long as you have their artifact, you have the power to summon the heroes of the past.
And the spear right here is one of those artifacts? That's correct. Additionally, the summoned hero will temporarily become a physical entity and walk this land.
The strength of a hero trouncing these bandits will be simple.
So if you will, lend me your ear and follow my instructions.
No, listen to me, you can do it this way!
Ignore him, I will show you how.
You fucking dick! No, my words are better, I will get straight to the point.
Stop it! You can teach one of us each. Now hurry, the bandits are coming. Who should teach Vitus? Mikaki, he's kind of in a weird way, nicer.
Alright, go ahead and give it a shot.
This is the hero?
This is a hero!
Your generous words beckon me. I don't know what to fucking do for his voice. Herclaws. I think. The guardian of the holy capital, hear your call. Are you my summoner? Well, yes. Yes, we are. You're Herclaws, like, as in the legendary hero. Oh wow, I wasn't aware that we had brought the Spear of Herclaws with us. It is an honor to be summoned.
Nice. With Herclaws here, this will be a trivial matter. Hurry and take care of these bandits, will ya?
Wait, we're taking the initiative? No, that's too dangerous. They're the last crown mages.
So what, do you wish to stand around aimlessly and let them make the move?
We should set up our defensive perimeter and monitor their movements. It is far safer than being the aggressor. Okay, hang on a second. My apologies for intruding. What is the current situation? We're on the run with these refugees, but a group of thieves are blocking the road for our carriage. I am unsure why they haven't made their way over here yet. Then I will investigate further. I have come back. They're scared of you. Seems that they are aware of our presence and they know that we do not have an alternative pathway around. I do not believe they will attack immediately, but we had best prepare ourselves.
This is exactly why we should just make the first move.
Why is that? It would make more sense to ready ourselves for their advance.
I was never able to talk sense into you. You just want to act against me.
No, I don't. This is simply a matter of principle.
Could you two not do this right now? Mortal, this is in your interest, so pay heed. In the end, this will also be your battle.
I must agree with Vitus. We should cease this discussion and focus on defense.
How do you expect to defend this flimsy carriage? Surely an offensive approach is better.
I do not listen to my wisdom.
Wisdom? Listen to what I know is right.
Huh. Listen to whom? Should I just defend, or should I attack charging? Also, Jesus Christ, Bakari, or not Bakari, Mukaki. I love the smoker's lung voice too much. I let it damage my throat because it's so fun to do.
Cool.
Hello. Thank you for following Easy Stallion. Mukaki. Let's do as Mukaki says. I mean, obviously they're not going to move forward, and if we give them more time, they're just going to gang up on us, so... Nah, not a word from him. Got it. Really? I believe the alternative was far more reasonable. Oh, please, not you two. I'm being serious. This is actual combat. We need to make it out of this together. So what do you want to do? We need to decide quickly. Here's my plan. We make our arguments towards the other refugees and find out what they want, offense or defense. Their lives are also in stake in this. Alright, but be quick.
Ha! I have no doubt that the people will know my approach is far superior.
I do not expect much wisdom from a group of refugees, but I trust they will choose the safest option. You really do talk down a lot. You talk down a lot. To be frank, there is no need to bicker amongst ourselves. I cannot possibly lose to a petty band of thieves. I still don't know what to do for your voice. It's a matter of principle, says both of them. I'm not going to do two voices at once. Fine then, let us begin.
Time to duel! Duel!
God, I wish I could. I wish the story would let me duel. Vitus convinces the refugees that he knows offense is the best way to get past the bandits. Did we really... That's what we dueled about? We dueled the refugees with us? Okay. Story continues. Memento received. I don't know what that is. Is that currency? Journey to Ironopolis, Part 2. With her claws leading the way, we defeated the thieves. Even though we weren't in any danger, that was still pretty scary. Looks like everyone's okay, thankfully. Ha 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 ha! No need to be afraid! With me here, everything will be fine. However, while we were fighting, the thieves were shouting about their other horses. What? There may be further forces. I'm scouting ahead. Wait, However, while we were fighting, the thieves were shouting about their other horses. There may be further forces. Okay. Are the thieves horses, or... I don't... Okay, whatever. I don't know how to read that.
General Herclaws has to go and investigate personally. Things really have gone downhill.
Then why don't you go instead?
What? No, I'm the ruler of chaos. I'm not some subservient lackey. You take care of this.
I won't be going either. I'm a divine being, after all. Wait, I don't intend to bring either of you along. Excuse me? We should leave this to you then. Have fun! Don't get killed! Ahead is another bandit outpost. Soon they will realize that their other members have yet to return. Can we travel around them? I doubt it. Every route will have been secured. The bandits must have known any refugees would travel this way. So how do you feel about taking them out? They have power in numbers, and I'm afraid my power alone would not be enough to keep all these people safe.
Why are you so worried? Don't we have other artifacts?
Right, a task like this should be simple for Crocus. Crocus? The legendary great savant Crocus?
I cannot fathom why he became the great savant of all things.
Simply it's because he's loyal to me, of course.
Jesus, fucking get your dick out of your own ass, please. Alright, think of others for once. I highly doubt that. Now hurry up and summon him.
Alright. I want to do it this time.
Me! I want fun! I want fun time!
Determined, Valesis follows the instructions and draws a magic circle on the ground. He pulls Crocus's artifact from his rucksack, a crystal dagger. Carefully, Valesis places the glittering blade within the circle. He recites the ancestral incantation. A striking white light appears, and a figure adorned in gold appears before the group. It is I, Crocus, and I hear your call. Are you the one who summoned me? Great Savant Crocus, it is my honor to meet you. I heard that you established the standards for magic rituals. Is that true? Well, you're eager. I did research ritual practices, but it'd be difficult to say I created anything of great worth. Maybe you should have created clothes. God damn. But legend has it that... Sorry to interrupt your academic discourse, but we have a bunch of bandits to deal with? Yes, you're right. Bandits? And hello, Herclaws. It's nice to see you again. We can catch up later. We have tasks to do. I don't know what... This is just going to be your voice from now on. We are protecting this group of refugees, but a bandit camp stands in our way. A lesser me would charge forth, but I cannot save lives against an army alone. So it's bandits. Let me think.
Hey, Crocus! Use your best death curse and take them out in one fell swoop.
Wait, Crocus can cast death curses? Not on my watch. As my follower, Crocus would never resort to something so vile.
Really? Who are you to tell him he can't follow his expertise? Crocus, what do you have to say for yourself? You didn't join that cajoling fool of your own will, did you?
I will have to respectfully decline commenting.
Now come on, this doesn't sound like you at all. Crocus I knew would just tell me not to fucking ask.
I do not remember speaking so rudely before.
So if we are not going to deal with death curses, what is your plan?
I will prepare a blessing, a boost to your courage and tenacity to ensure your success in the altercation with the bandits.
So we're fighting them. Doesn't that put us all at risk? It does, but it's for the greater good. Death curses should not exist in the first place. Now tell me, have you read about any such spells in that library of yours? Vaguely... vaguely mentioned, but the spells are lost to the march of history.
Give me a break! You would rather put us at risk than hurt some criminals.
What do you think, Vitus? We'll go with Makari. I don't want to snap my fingers and kill people. That doesn't seem right. Huh. I'll be honest, I think we should have Crocus use a death curse.
Valises?
Please stop arguing every single time. Let me make the decision. You asked for my opinion. I gave it. That does not give you the right to immediately go like, huh, that's not what I would have done. Sorry, Vitus. Wait. Sorry, Vitus. There we go. Okay. They had to both start with V's. How about we decide by convincing the other refugees? Sounds like the best to me. Why are we fighting the refugees again? Okay. Memento received. So a death curse is out of the question. I won't argue further. At the very least, I hope to see a master at work.
I'll begin casting my blessing right away. Please be careful, Crown Mages.
During the grueling battle, Crocus's magic kept everyone's morale high. By the end, the Crown Mages and refugees defeated the bandits. I didn't expect such a powerful blessing. I felt fearless and unbeatable. High Priest Crocus really does live up to his reputation. Even so, a lot of people got injured during the fight. I apologize, I couldn't protect everyone.
No matter how you look at it, you cannot fight without getting hurt. One could say that constantly assuming the responsibility of others could be viewed as remarkably self-centered. And that it could get annoying very quickly.
Right, well, at least no one died. You're the one who suggested the death curse! After I had decided. What should we do about the injured?
Do I even have to say it? It is clear that we should...
Don't just interject at will. This is definitely my area of expertise.
Fine, go nuts. Go balls to the walls with your healing magic. Turn their blood into wine, I don't give a shit.
We should, of course, summon Circles to treat the wounded. Hey, I know him. Circly's the Chirurgeon. Chirurgeon? Chirurgeon. Chirurgeon. We're just gonna say chirurgeon. I don't know what that's supposed to say. We'll just say chirurgeon. It's like misspelling surgeon. You sure are a nerd for these heroes. What do you mean? This was all taught to us. Yeah, what do you mean? You've been in this, like, religion since you were babies, essentially. They should have taught you all there was about, like, the heroes of their stories and stuff. Yes, I know that. And I know you're a nerd. So do we have the artifact needed to summon him?
The Laurel Crown. Okay.
Please use the laurel to begin the ritual summoning. So Circly's artifact is a laurel. But did he wear one? He did wear one in the paintings, but for someone so great to leave a legacy so dull and weathered. Excuse me?
Surely you'd think one of the crown mages would have the decency to buff the metal once a century or so.
Our mentor never told us what it really was. Valises, I think you should summon this one.
I'm on it.
Confidently, Valises draws the magic circle and places the laurel crown upon it. Reciting the incantation, a flash of light leaves a broad white figure materialized before them. Healer Circles, your call is my duty. Wait, I was summoned? Circles, Father of Medicine, please lend us your assistance. Yes? Huh? Herclaws and Crocus? And the two demiurges? It's complicated. Let's tend to the injured first. Wounded? Oh, okay. Please take me to them. He seems like a bit of a gentle giant. Circles approaches a nearby... Circles approaches a nearby wounded man, placing his paw against his lacerated flesh. The chirurgeon mutters a few words, and when he takes his paw away, the skin and fur of the wounded sealed, without a scar. As expected of Circles, that technique is nothing less than a miracle. Don't you use herbs? I thought you were incapable of spellcasting. True, no legend I know told of Circles using magic. It has me curious. Herbs can be useful, but what do you mean by magic? Magic and healing are one and the same. He couldn't mean. Then, what about herbal treatment? Could true medicine have been lost in this era?
For your knowledge, the medicine you employ is indeed magic.
And that means...
Magic has been lost to most in this era.
Why aren't people capable of magic anymore? I'm sorry, I don't...
Ask Makari Hari if you want his excuse.
Sorry to interrupt. I have something to say about the injured. Oh, please
Please go ahead.
The bandits here are also gravely injured. If left alone, it's likely they will die.
So? Fuck them!
Circles, you didn't heal them? I wasn't sure if I was supposed to.
Of course you should. No one deserves to die this way. What? Why would you try to save the men who attacked our crown mages?
If they're to be executed, they should be brought to justice before making that decision.
You're getting on my nerves. Why bother with a song and dance? Death is our justice.
This is a matter of principle. I will not tolerate a massacre.
Fine. Let's say we do as you want. Will you personally carry these men, who want us dead, to the city to stand trial?
I can induce a coma to sedate them during the transport.
Then we need to leave someone to stand guard until they can be moved. It's a complete waste of effort.
Upholding your principles is worth whatever effort. Whoops.
What is the matter with your brain? These men want to hurt and kill.
What? Please, I've told you both to stop fighting. Do we really need to pick sides again? Let's just get this over with. Vitus, which side do you prefer? I would say heal and capture. Honestly, I would just say heal. Just because, like, I don't know. It does feel pointless if they're just going to be fucking executed. Heal. Oh, we'll heal them. Is that so? I still think Bukaki has a point.
Stop it! Stop it, Valisus! Stop!
I don't love the idea of wasting time on highwaymen willing to slice innocent people to bits, so you might find some resistance. We just have to convince the others, right? Oh my god, we have to fight the refugees again! I fought the bandits once off screen. I have fought the people I am with 3 times. Vitus convinces the others to let Circles heal and incapacitate the bandits to await a lawful judgment. Memento received. Although it may be a burden on all of us, we should heal them. Whew. Lukaki's voice. If we have the means to let the law judge them, we should follow through on them. As you wish. For 2 more days, we traveled with the refugees along the road, seeking safety in an unfamiliar city. But even after the run-in with the bandits, we wouldn't be able to rest easy. Hey, wake up! We're in trouble! What's going on? All the supplies are stolen, including our weapons and food supply. Stolen? Who did it? It was those bandits. They made a run for it with our resources. I thought they were in a coma! Maybe I was too gentle on them. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. We all know it's all because of that self-righteous idiot.
Some bad luck doesn't mean you should abandon justice.
We aren't lacking of luck, you're lacking half a brain.
You. Alright, this doesn't help us. What are our options now? We don't make it to the city. We won't make it to the city without any food. I would rather not entertain this option, but don't kill.
Last artifact! Ha! Sounds like the perfect time.
Even though that may be the case. One artifact remaining? You mean this chalice? But who could it be? Wait, would it actually be the holy chalice from that legend? Great adventurer Zermes the Savior.
The hell are they calling him now? Say that to his face and he'll die laughing.
That's the reason why I... Whatever, if you must summon him, do it.
You presume I wish to deal with him? But fine. I am not afraid of a little chaos.
So what's the matter with him? I'll summon him this time. Vitus draws a magic circle in dirt and places the holy chalice within it. Focusing, he repeats the incantation. A laughing figure materializes in a bright flash.
Zermes, the greatest rogue in history, here's your call. Try not to be overwhelmed, summoners, though nobody will blame you when you are. Wait, what the hell? I didn't expect such a grand reception. Both demiurges are here. What's going on?
Zermes the Great Rogue? Let me explain what's going on here first.
Supplies got stolen. That's indeed something I can help with. All right, hand me my chalice.
Here you go.
This is all I need. Come on, stick your paw in it.
Pardon me? I can try. The holy chalice began to fill with silvery blue glaze, like beautiful sparkling water. And at the bottom, a loaf of bread appears. Bread? Oh, it smells great.
That was some crunchy bread.
And it's not even soggy.
That was powerfully crunchy bread. Wow.
Not bad. Hey you, your turn.
Valises excitedly puts his paw into the holy chalice, but wrinkles his face when he only pulls out a bunch of damp hay. What?
Bad luck. At least your pack beasts won't starve.
But how... What about that empty chalice could conjure anything from within it?
Because Zermes is the only one who can awaken the power of that chalice.
Why the chalice acknowledges Zermes of all people is beyond me.
It's only natural. I am nothing but charitable.
Whatever you say. So if we gather the others...
Clever boy, he gets it. Go gather me a crowd and let the raffle begin.
The refugees line up in front of the caravan, each dipping their paws into the chalice one by one. Soon the group had many things: food, weapons, tools, decorations, and even a few Monera. I'm assuming that is money. A sword from that tiny chalice. We may be okay with supplies for now, but what about the bandits that ran away? We're going to catch them, of course. They deserve to be tried and punished accordingly.
Come on! How do you still have that kind of energy after this? Just let them go!
It's a matter of principle.
It's just you haggling over every little coin!
What they did is almost starve our crown mages, so you would compare their lives to a single coin.
Tell me, you capture them again, then what? Nannying some bandits is a wasted effort.
We must let people know we're to be taken seriously. Otherwise, what if someone steals our belongings again? All right. You two won't come to a compromise without our intervention, will you? Then, Vitus, let us pick sides and work this out together. Alright, this time I want to follow. Leave him behind.
Fucking... We tried to capture them once. They woke back up and left with our stuff. Just fucking let them go.
Okay, then I'll represent Makari Hari's interest to our traveling companions. Then let us begin. Vitus convinces the refugees that they should continue forth, ignoring the escapes. Number 4, that's the 4th battle. So let us forget them and move on.
They're already gone. So be it then. We won't chase after those thieves.
It's the boring option, but probably for the best.
I'm unsure about leaving them behind. Those who are afraid will do what they need to survive.
What you don't need is far more interesting to me.
And sometimes people are just greedy.
Greedy and necessary are awfully subjective terms.
Okay, still, yeah.
If somebody owns something, I tend to believe there's a decent reason for that. Pretty or ugly.
It's usually ugly. Journey to Ironopolis. Part 4. Written by Gongsun. Oh, wait, what? Screenplay. Oh, okay, that's not the end. Okay. I guess that was just the writers for the chapter. Got it. We were exhausted, nearly out of food, and at the end of our wits by the time we had made it to the gates of Ironopolis. What a name of a town. I don't remember the city being this big. Well, it isn't compared to the capital. But you haven't been here in years. I cannot wait to take a proper bath. I don't need much, but I would be grateful for a hearty meal.
Now, I can keep myself clean and fed, but I'm starved for conversation. Hopefully I can busy myself with the company of an arcanist or two, if I mill about the forum. Maybe they can help you dislodge the stick up your ass.
Why did I become Irish there? He's just an Irish little rogue, I guess. Why did I go Irish?
That sounds more like your sort of pastime. So I see you've read about me. No need to be shy about that. Now, I promise that I've done more than reading. You should probably stop speaking to me unless you're prepared to be embarrassed. Think you can't make me blush?
You think... You think you can make me blush? That's real cute, kitten.
We could hear Circles hum with concern while Herclaws looked back and forth between the bickering cats with a panicked look on his face. But the guards weren't letting us through. They told us that they couldn't take in any more refugees into the city due to overcrowding. But when Zermes showed one of the men how his chalice worked, the man became consumed with curiosity and longing.
Why don't you try it then? I always let anybody pull from my cup for free. The first time.
The man put his paw into the chalice and pulled out a glittering piece of gold jewelry. This looks like a diamond ring!
It looks like it must have been your lucky day. That barely ever happens.
Let them through! Let them through! Thank the heavens. Ooh.
Can you control what comes out of that cup?
Probably.
What's that supposed to mean? You either do or you don't.
It's both situational and conditional. In all honesty, the plan was to make him draw garbage, and to make him let us pass in exchange for more uses of the chalice. But he was happy with the first pull, so wasn't he? We really lucked out.
Well, I was just thinking, what if the man would have drawn poorly once and only let one of us pass? And then on the second pull, he drew something really great. Couldn't that have stranded one of our summoners outside?
Like I said, we really lucked out. That was great. Stop thinking about it.
A poor Circles. None of you need to worry. We made it through this harrowing journey only because we stayed true to ourselves.
Perfectly put, my friend. That has nothing to do with anything we just talked about.
Let's look forward, shall we? Yep, let's look forward. We should look for temporary lodgings while we attempt to untangle this mess. I know a place in the Noble District. We parted ways with our traveling companions, though they were sorry to see us go. Or more specifically, they were sorry to lose access to the chalice Zermes carried with him. There was barely room to walk within the city walls due to how packed the crowds were, but Valisis directed us as best as he could. Directly to a checkpoint guarded by more soldiers. We have to get through. Another gateway inside the city? Look, you can see that there's hardly anyone on the other side. It's not overcrowded at all. Be calm. If you make a scene, they'll never let us through. Excuse me, sir, might we pass through? We have business in the Noble District.
He was asking.
Valisis made a grand gesture at us. Myself and my traveling companion, and our 4 servants. Our 2 bodyguards, our tutor, and our holy man. The guard's eyes widened as he looked over our clothes and the presents that the heroes gave off.
A tutor and a holy man, you said?
I'll lift the gates at once. I don't fucking know what this accent is. I have no idea what I was going for there. So it's as I thought, they're only letting the wealthy pass. What about the rest of these people? If we want to help any of them later, we'll have to help ourselves first. We need food and rest. The streets on the other side of the gate were calm and quiet. Flowers blossomed neatly in curated beds, and people strolled by, greeting us cordially. But the quiet was uncomfortable to us, knowing about the noise beyond the gate. It took about half an hour to get to the inn that Valises suggested. The accommodations inside were cozy, nothing at all like the front of the city with the packed crowds and the awful smells. Word traveled fast in the city about the two resourceful men in robes with servants who could wield incredible powers, such that all eyes were upon us when we entered the tavern, and people whispered about us. A tall man with striking eyes wearing a heavy perfume rushed to greet us.
Good afternoon, men. A party of 6, I presume. Shall I get you a table, or would you like to purchase rooms?
A room could be helpful so we could put away all of our belongings.
Very well. How many rooms and beds will you need?
Don't exactly know. Hold on. Yeah, it would be a good idea to get a head count. How many beds will we need? That's a good question. Do the summoned heroes eventually disappear? They've been sleeping like normal ever since they've been here. Should I ask them if they can just disappear? No! That would be incredibly rude. No, I think you're right. I think we'll take a table for now. Might give us some time to think through our arrangements.
Please, follow me.
Very well. What should I bring you then? How about a jug of water and 6 glasses? The innkeeper nodded and left the table. 6 glasses? We've never seen these 4 eat or drink. Wait, really? Surely they've just done it in private. Maybe. Possibly.
In truth, we don't need to.
Huh? But that doesn't mean we can't. I missed it, in truth.
The 3 of us agreed it would be wise not to consume any of your rations on the road when you were already low.
We didn't want either of you to run low on energy. 3 of you, you say? Oh, loosen up. They didn't come close to running out due to my help. That's true, but it's also because the 3 of us abstained from meals. If I'm forced to be here, then I should at the very least get to feel like I'm alive. That's a reasonable enough request, surely.
Disgraceful.
Well, maybe trying out one of those biscuits wouldn't have hurt. If any of you want to eat, I think you should. There's no reason to go without. We would have figured something out. But okay then, back to more pressing business. If we're getting rooms, how many should we purchase? We don't have unlimited money. Well, if there's 6 of us, we should naturally get 6 rooms.
6 rooms? Isn't that a waste of money? Vitus and I are used to sharing rooms, so we plan to do so anyway. I'm used to sleeping anywhere. The floor would suffice.
I don't mind the floor either if we can save Monera.
Neither of you need to sleep on the floor. What if they're willing to cut costs? No.
So that would be a minimum of 5 beds and 4 rooms?
Right, I'll go check in with the innkeeper. Why 5 beds, 4 rooms? Oh, you're... Sorry. 2 of you are sharing a room, that's right. We all watch quietly as Valisa's... Actually, no, wait. Why 4... Wait. Sorry. It would be 5 beds, because 2 of you are sharing a bed. Why only 4 rooms? Are there going to be 2 beds in 1 room with 3 people in it? Is that how that's going to work? I don't know. Weird living conditions math. I don't know. We all watch quietly as Valisa speaks with the innkeeper, quirk his brow, and then makes his way back over to the table, telling us the price. No way, are you kidding? That's more Monera than I've seen in my life. They have the impression that we're very rich. But we aren't!
Well, you could be if you leave it to me.
There he goes again, about to show off the bad habits you gave him.
I don't know what you're talking about. His habits were bad before I did anything.
I was wondering where you two had been. Wait, it looks like we caught somebody's attention. A well-dressed nobleman who seems to have just entered the tavern had his eyes locked on us. A few other nobles leaned into his ear, whispering that, and he nodded, then stood up, approaching us. Good afternoon, my friends. You all appear to be the talk of the city right now. Unfortunately. We're just a band of travelers. That's an odd thing to call a couple of crown mages. Traveling with Herclos, the guardian of the holy capital. Crocus, the sage of the arcane. Cercles, the founder of medicine. And Zermes, the great savior. Okay, you have our attention. Good, good. My name is Sulpicius, and I am the acting governor of Ironopolis, because I have these iron fucking pecs.
Oh, piss off! That's the dumbest lie I've ever heard. Who would believe that?
What a nonsensical introduction.
Who would believe that?
Does he think
we're stupid?
I'm so glad we can't hear you two right now. Hear whom? That doesn't matter. I'd recognize the crest on that brooch anywhere. I think he really is the governor.
Really?
He's not being very careful if that's the case.
Well, I have no doubt that he's exactly who he says he is. He has the right air about him. That's the coy way of saying that we'll know the truth soon enough anyway.
Zemi shot Crocus a glare. Cercles was sipping his cup as if he was embarrassed to say anything. Well, if I had any doubts that you were strangers before, those doubts are clear. But why not immediately see for yourself if I'm telling the truth? Now come along, I've already paid for your drinks.
Oh, why thank you.
We all got up, giving one another wary looks as we left our finished glasses on the table and followed the nobleman out the door. The first tip-off that the noble wasn't lying about his position was the group of 10 city guards waiting for him outside the tavern. They watched the back of our necks as they marched us through the street, up through the noble district, and to a gate that separated us from a sizable manor. I overheard your conversation about the board being too expensive. Why not stay with me instead at the governor's mansion? I'd have room for all of you, of course. Free of charge.
Sleeping in a palace? Yes. No, that's really kind.
The bear looks uncomfortable, as if he's afraid to touch anything.
Yeah, I can understand that. Too kind, one would say. Because nothing is actually free.
True enough. And the truth of the matter is, this city is unprepared for war. The capital has tasked me with managing its defense, and frankly, I am overwhelmed. And its defenses on the exterior crumble while the foundations of its interior rot within. Every educated noble in the capital knows the stories of the legendary heroes and their attendants, of how they had turned hopeless war efforts to their favor in the past. But sir, we aren't like those other crown mages from the past. Our mentor left us a long time ago and we haven't seen him for years. We're the last of our order, neither of us know magic, and we barely have access to many artifacts. Who knows how many were lost, stolen, or destroyed when the rebel army sacked the academy? If you're right here, right now. At this point, I'm willing to try anything to give us a fighting chance. All I ask is that you both try your best and can stay here for as long as you want. Or until the rebel army gets here should we fail. Indeed, there you have it.
Well, it's not like we have anywhere else to go at the moment.
Let us give it our best shot. So long as we're helping each other, please make yourselves at home.
Wow, okay. Another chapter done.
I'm happy to see you've both been very patient with me and my requests. Well, it's not every day that we have the ear of a governor. Even if the day was spent mostly hearing about all the trouble you've landed yourself in.
We've landed in our own problems too, Valises.
No, that's completely fair. I've complained far more than both of you, but I'm much older. It leaves me with the impression that the both of you have seen a lot more of the world than you're letting on. The both of us read many books. And here I thought there must be quite a bit of wanderlust in the both of you. Not really. Oh, come now. You can't tell me that trumping the world is so bad when you're young and have no responsibility to tie you down.
What are you talking about? These people were guardians for most of their life. To an academy, and it just got squandered.
That just sounds like a polite way of saying we're homeless.
As far as the life I've lived, I can't say the world has impressed me much. Just a lot of noise and misery.
Doesn't sit well with me that a couple of men your age feel this dour about the world around you. It's hard not to feel down right now. We just missed the academy. Give me a sec. Let me... Is there a... I don't want to quit. What I want to do is go to the options. Exit without saving. Can I save at all? Cannot skip this scene. I see. A couple of thinkers at heart, huh? What I want to do is just turn down the music just a couple notches. Because holy shit is it loud even for me. A couple of thinkers at heart, huh? Well, maybe I can help the both of you feel a bit more at home. Come along, I want to show you both something. If the both of you don't mind a small walk. The governor leads us to a building tucked away and shrouded by trees in the noble district. A public bath? Much nicer than steam or a bucket of water, no? It's nice. Really nice. Heading inside, the governor asked the attendant for a private room for the three of us. Of course, there's a fucking hot bath scene. We follow the smell of citrus and clean linen into a room with a pool of clean water. Eagerly, we disrobe into attire more suitable for the bathhouse. This is where I go when the world feels too big and I need to think. I hope that the both of you will consider coming here when the noise of reality becomes too much. You might just learn something new about yourselves if you share a little bit of what's good in the world. What's good in the world, huh? Oh, as far as I'm concerned, if this was the world, it wouldn't be too bad. I'm just glad you're comfortable. It does feel easier to open up and talk to somebody in a place like this. That gives me an idea. Maybe we could learn more about our traveling companions this way. Just don't bring everybody at once if you did. If you do. Well, of course not. I don't know if I can take that many people at once. That's a solid proposal, but you should keep something else in mind. People's capacity to talk with one another has limits. If you thought of your own capacity as currency, or tokens, if you will, then you may find yourself going bankrupt fairly fast. I've definitely felt that way before. I feel that way almost all the time. I'll help you work on that. Why don't you call for one of those companions of yours now and ask them something? Ask them something. Exactly. Perhaps ask how they feel to be summoned, or what it feels like to be ordered around. Well, he already likes that. Don't you, Vitus? Shut up. Don't you dare. Behave, gentlemen. Alright. I'll be using the bath for my own business, but if you have need of me, do not hesitate to call. So Vitus looks like it's just us now. I say it's time to relax. Oh, and if there's anyone you want to join us, just let them know.
Begin interlude. Time to take a break. time to take a little sneak peek.
What does Zermis think about being summoned? What does Crocus think about being summoned? What does Circles and Herclos? I have 100 mementos. Focus 25 mementos. Let's take the Crocus. Then there we go. Begin. I want to talk to Crocus to see what he thinks about being summoned. He's had the fewest lines, it seems. It'll be interesting, just as long as he's not too bothered by us interrupting him.
And what do you need of me now? Oh, you two are up to something.
Not exactly.
So what made you summon a man like me to a place like this,
We're just here to relax.
Just to relax? Then allow me to rise to the occasion.
Snow Leopard turned a corner and we heard some soft rustling.
There we are. So what manner of method will we go about to relax then?
We wanted to ask you a few questions.
I don't mind divulging a few secrets for a couple of curious minds.
We want to know what it's like to be summoned.
Oh, that's not difficult to answer. It's like walking from one waking dream to another. In one moment I'm somewhere, another moment I'm elsewhere. But I always know that I've been called when I arrive.
We meant more along the lines of how you feel about getting summoned.
Well, that's far less interesting.
I don't think so.
I finish what needs to be done and then get back to my studies. Feelings play a little part in it. I feel grateful that I have earned the honor of being summoned. I feel a sense of fulfilled duty knowing that there will always be something new to learn and teach. And also that I have an avenue to do that forever. So how could I feel anything other than pride from such an opportunity? Even if it means that I have to indulge in trivial matters from time to time.
So do you?
Well, sure. I experience a broad range of emotions, like you. Unlike you, I've just had a very long time to control them.
Makes me wonder what you're feeling right now.
Plenty, I assure you. Jesus Christ.
So long as you let us know what those feelings are sometimes. And when all relevant parties are present, I would hope. Cool. Vadis, we have a bit more free time before sunset if you wanted to stay here a while longer. Maybe you can think of someone else that you want to talk to? For me, I'm just glad to have the chance to relax here with you. Time to take a break. He barely gets to talk as well. Why not? Begin interlude. How about we invite Herclos to bathe with us? Maybe ask what he thinks about being summoned as well. Claus. Sure, I'd love the chance to get closer to a hero like him.
Sure you would. I'm sure you would.
Crown mages, I hear your call. No, a call to a very steamy room, it would seem. May I ask where we are? It's the local bathhouse. Mosaics, heated pools, machines that transport water. A spectacle out of bathing. It's about time. No spectacles here, Herclos. Just a chance to relax. I suppose that means I should undress. Very well. We had to turn away when he started stripping in front of us. Okay. It's easy to forget that military men don't really think much about that sort of thing. Much more comfortable. And now we want to ask some questions if you don't mind. Mind? We just want to know how you feel about, well, being summoned by us crown mages. Feel? Thinking? Feelings? What? Well, you know, getting called upon. Being asked for your help, being transported to a new location at any moment. When I am called by a crown mage to defeat their enemies, I feel strong. Okay. But that's not what we asked. It feels good to feel strong. You tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do my best. There's not much more to it than that. But what happens when you disagree with a crown mage? No, that happened all the time. But it doesn't change my situation much, does it? Crown mage asks something to me, and I perform. That's how it is, and that's how it's always gonna be. That's how it always has been. What the fuck did he say? That's how it is, and how it's always been. There we go. What if the crown mage wants to do evil? I thought we were trying to relax, Valisus. No, hold on, this is good stuff. Well, that hasn't really happened before. I suppose if they were, they would need to start getting very specific with all their commands. Because it may not end well for them if I happen to misunderstand their words. See, I knew you weren't dumb. But I can pretend to be if you need me to. Jesus. You two are starting to worry me. Gentlemen, I'm taking my leave from the bathhouse. Be sure to make your way back before it becomes late. We will thank you for your generosity. It's been valuable getting to know the others we talked to today. I'd like to come back here more often. As long as you feel up to it, that is. I agree. Moments like this bring me back to when we were younger. Don't reminisce on me too much. I'm happy enough with my empty thoughts. Although I wouldn't mind if this moment lingered. What? I don't have any more mementos. Wait, what? Let's just save data. Save. There we go. Okay, real quick. Audio. Music, turn down just a little bit. Just turn down. Apply. That was all I wanted to do. Story. Recollections. Start. Start? Hey, Vitus, it's late, but do you want to read this together? Wait, what? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Load. Yes. Begin. Now, what I'm about to say next may leave us abashed. Okay, what? Bookmarking quit, I guess? There we go! Snare has been completed. Okay, so all of this has been completed. Jesus, why? Hope dies last? Start. It's just... Oh my god, game. Bookmarking quit. Let me just see real quick. Replay? New arrivals. I think this is where I was. Yes, yes. So this is the beginning of this chapter. Let me just skip through this chapter to get back to the bathhouse scene and see if I can get out of that. Because, oopsie, I didn't realize. Come on, game. Come on, buddy. And while we're doing this, I can just grab my drink and drink. A little bit. Delicious Dr. Pepper. Because they didn't have frickin' Diet Pepsi. Although Pepsi Zero is my favorite. Oh, that was it. That was it? Continue. What the? Bookmarking quit, I guess. Okay. Never mind. I guess we're going to Hope Dies Last. Start story. I guess this is where we are. I think this is correct. Anyways. Now, gentlemen, I have a rumor I wish to confirm. It's true that Lord Crocus used magic to help the refugees before your arrival.
It is true.
When I first arrived in the city, I found that magic was rarely practiced and even rarer taught. Obviously, such skills can be great asset to defend the city.
I do not mean to be impertinent, but I can tell who and who cannot command the craft relatively quickly. And there's just so few that have the knack. So very few.
Very few, but not none. I have a different problem that I wish for you to solve. There are rumors of a hermit within the slums teaching children magic. But as the officials of the city are known to show a distaste towards magic of any kind, they averted each and every search I made to find them.
Huh. A practicing school.
So, Crown Mages, could you please visit this hermit? I suspect they will not hide away if a man like Crocus is there.
If the people of this time want me to do them a favor or two, who am I to deny them my great? I shouldn't be so selfish. I will let the summoners make the call.
I think we should check it out. Yeah, I think it sounds interesting. Thank you both. So where's this hermit supposed to be again? Can't exactly go door knocking, can we? Well, the process of elimination is a sure bet to find them eventually. But remember what the governor told us, that people in the city aren't exactly fond of magic. I doubt we'll get anything useful if we go around asking about mages. We don't even have a clue what he looks like. So how about we sidestep all of that and just say we're looking for a wise old man? Yeah, it's better than nothing. Hey, wait. If all three of us go up to the door, it'll scare them off. Let me handle this. Felisa stepped up to a nearby home and gave the door a polite knock. That did not sound like a knock, but okay. An older man opened the door and politely fielded Valisa's enthusiastic questions. Suddenly, his expression hardened and he closed the door without a word. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Jesus. Everything went smoothly until I asked if he knew any wise men in the area his age. Feels like I'm nothing but a pest. Well, it's my fault for letting you go alone. No, I asked to do it. Nothing you could have said would change that outcome. Maybe we're just thinking a little too hard about this. Even if he gave you an answer, there's no way we could know if it was the truth. And since that man shunned the topic entirely, I doubt that the other residents will tell us anything useful. But we can't go back without any leads. Huh. Didn't you forget something? Why don't you let Crocus come out and have a look? Oh, right.
My. I hear your call loud and clear. It seems you finally remembered to rely on me for once.
Yes! Of course we did. Mukagi thumped his chest and hopped boastfully from one foot to the other as the crown mages tried to ignore him.
I can smell magic in the air.
Huh? You can smell magic?
Like the air after a thunderstorm, but thicker.
So, great savant Crocus, we're looking for the abode of the magic teaching hermit.
But you cannot find it. That is to be expected.
Why did you expect it?
I'm in barely anything, you see. Nobody's gonna talk to me. To truly perceive, you must witness and also know what you are witnessing. Come, follow me into this alley.
That's not... No, no thank you. You can just tell me now. How did I miss this before?
Knowledge. It's how this magic works. Let's go.
As we slink further into the shadowy alleyway, we leave the sights and scents of the slums behind. Walls of stone faded away and appeared behind us as if they had never been there to begin with. Cozy sunlight returned as we crossed the final threshold and we stood before what looked like a manor from the noble district. But lush greenery cast shadows upon its eaves. The house stood resolute, a lonely refuge. A lonely refuge kissed by dense forest where one would expect a city. It seemed like we were somewhere that should not exist at all. Is this the right place? An abandoned house that's magically locked away. So it fits the profile for a hermit. Albeit a wealthy one. Who's there?
Get back.
Nearby bushes were shaking as a miasma of dark energy shot out. What is gonna happen now? In a single, effortless motion, Crocus gestures his paw in the air, reflecting the curse back from where it came. What? What's going on? Are we being sniped at? What's happening? Crocus plunges into the granary, letting out a yowl before yanking out a growling child who struggled relentlessly in his paws. The boy reeked and had a feral look to him, with dirty patchwork pants and a severe expression in his eyes. A child? Who is he? I don't know, but they look way too young to be all by themselves. Right, let's keep our guard up. A hermit could be in hiding nearby.
What? Hey, who are you lot? Come here, you little imp. No! No time for arguing. Hurry up, stop struggling. I reflected that curse back at you. Do you not know the triple rebound principle?
Crocus steps forward and snatches the child's paw before reciting a short incantation to remove the curse that was slowly singeing his fur.
What are you doing? Huh? You feel more comfortable now, no? Yeah, I guess I do, mister. Your curse was a complete mess. All you did was throw out spells willy-nilly without thought. You may feel weak, nauseated, depressed, and dizzy from such a sudden flurry of ill-mixed spells. I lifted that botched curse of yours, but you will still feel it for some time. You better stay still and get a good rest. Wow, you can do magic too, mister? Among other things.
What? Oh, it's... Okay, there's supposed to be a kid probably, like, hugging his leg or something.
Mister, you're amazing!
I'm like, what the fuck are we zooming down at? That looks so weird without a different character there. Okay.
Didn't I just say not to exert yourself? Now let me go.
The child tightly grasped Crocus's paw. His face was tired, but their gleaming eyes were fixated on Crocus. Hey, little fella, can you please let him go?
Nuh-uh.
What's the problem? Maybe he doesn't like you. I don't mind if you don't like me, kid. I just need you to take me to see your mentor.
I don't care about you, you strange geezer.
I'm the geezer? Geezer? I'm not even old. Not you too. Vitus, you do look a lot more distinguished and mature. You're the one with white hair. I'm the same age as you. That guy's been dead for hundreds of years. They say looks can be deceiving. Saying that doesn't make me feel any better.
Child, do you have a mentor?
Why are we... Such camera work!
Nope, what's a mentor?
Why? Huh? No mentor, so who takes care of you? Child started humming loudly, ignoring Valisis' question. Are you listening to me? Hey, matey, can you do me a favor and help me out?
Oh, you weirdos. You come out of nowhere and the lion asks a bunch of rude questions.
Kid called you rude. We were sent by the governor. My name is Vitus, this is Valisis, and next to you is Crocus. We want to meet your teacher. You know, an adult, tall, bushy beard, maybe gray fur.
There's nobody like that. You can use whatever name you want. I don't live with any adult. Dummy.
Little one, we don't want to cause you trouble. Can you just... Wait, let me
handle it. It will be a problem if he only listens to me. So the benefit of the lot of us, I will do what I must.
Crocus stares straight into the child's eyes.
Boy, these two geezers are not bad guys.
Now you're saying it too?
You called me mister because I impressed you. Now somebody like me wouldn't lie to you, right? The geezers are not bad guys? Yep. Do you believe that mister is right? Yeah, you're right, mister. So when they ask you something, you are going to answer it, okay? I see, I will answer them. Good, good. What's your name? Name is Janice. Okay, Janice, then please answer their questions. Mister, I promise you there is really no mentor, no adults at all.
Does anyone take care of you?
No, we don't need it. We can take care of ourselves.
Yourselves?
Yes, there are a lot of my friends here.
Can you introduce them to us?
Sure, follow me.
Okay, so are these just children who found out about magic and were shunned to this place, I guess? So what did you do to them?
I merely planted the suggestion in his mind to help him accept you. I didn't force him to do anything, don't worry.
Can you suggest that he stop calling us geezer?
That would be against my morals, so...
Oh, just control him already, it won't hurt. What does it matter? I never want to hear you go off about the free will of mortals ever again after that comment. Oh, shut it. This is about magic. Anyone with a strong enough will can resist it. I was not done. You can't just do whatever you want just because you don't believe it will hurt them. Why must we go through this? Could Crocus just not peek into his mind?
That'd be far better than dealing with horrid children.
Do you even know how to spell the word respect?
Certainly, it's spelt. Ditch the rules if there's no harm done.
That is far more than one word. Stop it, you two. Just stop. Now that I know you can, how about you stop him from calling me geezer? I didn't expect you to care about this so much. You see, this is why I can't deal with children. The child leads us into the dilapidated manor. Inside, it is a messy space with all manner of debris randomly piled onto the ground. You couldn't help but wonder if the bread on the table was moldy. It was clear that there were several people living in the manor, all of which were also clearly adverse to keeping the place tidy. Impressive, though.
Guys, we got new friends.
And then kids just start piling in.
Remember, this game is unfinished. It is only on 0.6, version 0.6.1, I believe. The empty hall suddenly sprung to life with a dozen or so kids appeared out of nowhere. They wore tattered rags and looked worse for wear, but nonetheless shouted and smiled. Paradise have mercy, they're everywhere.
Geezers, do you have any food? Do old people come to play with us? Why are these old people here?
So many little gremlins, please quiet down, will you?
Don't pull on my mane!
Huh. Seems there's not an adult to be found among them. Felicis raises his voice above the yammering children. I don't think these kids have any supervision. If they did, they would have made themselves present by now. Maybe they're out at the moment. Considering what that kid Janice just told us, I find it more likely that they live alone. What about the rumor? The old hermit teaching magic to children. We even had to take a magic passage to get here. Well, if I have the right of it. All of you, can you tell me why no other adults can get here? The children looked at each other and then gestured their paws toward Janice.
Hey, I did that. Isn't it awesome?
As such, you have your answer. If there was a mentor, he was no longer here. Janice is their leader. What? Crocus lowers his voice. But I still have to wonder. I can tell that all these children have the knack to become mages. Why do none of them have parents? What was really going on here? So what do we say to the governor? Really, it may not be worth his time. Not worth his time? The Hermit of Rumor is just a kid, right? The governor wanted them to defend the city, but what can we do with a child? Good question. While I have no doubt that Janice can do magic, it doesn't change the fact that most of his friends look barely past the age of 7. Right, and without an adult, the governor can't achieve his goals. You really think so? That kid has the potential to be a talented mage one day.
On that point alone, I can assure you.
Putting his age aside, even if he is capable, he doesn't listen to adults. I doubt he'd listen to a word the governor has to say. Fair enough, but we can't leave these children alone, right? Certainly not. Of course we should inform the governor. The government. It would be against my principles to let the young live without the guidance of caring parents.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. The officials look down upon low-life mages. You think that sort of government would help them?
I think you have trust issues. The officials may have their own biases, but ultimately that governor is in charge here. As such, a hierarchical society leads to fair society. Even the abandoned can have food, clothes, shelter, and a proper education.
What a load of rubbish. School, food, shelter. You think your high and mighty government is going to do that during a war? Be realistic. They'll be split up and put to work. They will obviously have a better life here.
Call this a life? They don't even have fresh bread. Mere children aren't capable of making these kinds of decisions. Just look at their sorry state.
Do you think they will have a good food out in the world? At least here they have happiness and their freedom.
Okay, I understand already. Now I've got an even bigger mess. And I'll be honest, I didn't think about leaving these kids alone. I'm not one to stand around, so we must tell the governor about the children or leave it be. Alright, then I would choose to seek help. Yeah, seek help. Absolutely. And then I argue that the children should stay here. What the fuck, Valises? Argue, but who do you need to convince? The children, who else? They're just kids, they don't know what their decisions mean. Even if they don't understand, it's up to them to decide. This is their life, and practicing magic makes their situation more precarious. Hey, Vitus, I know that kid was rude to you, but even then you shouldn't ignore him. I didn't ignore him, I just don't like looking at him. Alright, fine, I'm being affected by my emotions. But I'll do my best to help them understand their options. The lives of these children should be decided by themselves. Come on, then. And then we duel. It's a fight that's not implemented yet. Story continues. Memento received. Alright, let's report back to the governor. Alright, I just hope these children will stay happy, whatever comes to pass.
You know, finding these kids here had me thinking.
What about?
You both call one another crown mages, yet neither of you were born with the capabilities to access true magic. When I was alive, most people in my era could use magic. Many chose not to, and others were poor at it. But anybody could if they wanted to. It's very clear to me this is no longer the case. Last time I was summoned, I did note fewer mages among the ranks of the crown mages. But now in this era, you have none. I don't know why magicians are in decline, but if that's the case, I will become less and less useful to anybody. The society has power and ingenuity in numbers, far greater than that of a single mage alone, even a very accomplished one. Well, if I felt that it was obvious, which is...
Oh, whoops. Yeah. Well, I felt that was obvious, which is why I was so interested in...
You are great.
Hello, sweet. How's it going? Thank you for the sub.
Hey. How's it going?
You seem interested in the theory of magic and what it can accomplish. Not so much the personal experience of using magic, because how could you?
Doing good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing good.
You playing this game that may or may not get me banned. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
You aren't a magician. There's an enormous difference between discussing the craft and performing the craft. It's a hard feeling to describe.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, what about Cercles? He can cast magic too.
Cercles is very good at what he does, but that thing is not discovering new uses for magic. And still, it's painful to see that the most important part of who you are is, effectively, dead in modern society. But I apologize for my prattling. The responsibility of training your pupils will help me gather my thoughts. It surprises us to hear the usually distant mage be so chatty. The chord strung within Crocus's heart still resounded within us as we made our leave. Yay, we rescued like a bunch of children from a manor in the middle of the woods. There was a group of small children gifted in magic, you say? It would be a poor taste to ask them to help defend the city. I, for one, hope they are taken care of. The people in the city seem less than fond of magic. This reminds me of that other game you played with the tiger. Yes, it's made by the same people. Made by the same people, too. I know this is a time of war. It's possible that people may unreasonably blame them if they find that out. Nice. Yes! By Studio Klondike. Whoops, I didn't even read that. It's appreciated. Or wait, did I? I'll take care of this matter. It's appreciated. There we go. That's a relief. Well, it isn't as long as... It is as long as he does right by those kids. I don't believe the governor is that kind of person. I don't think he's either, but you can't trust everyone you meet, no matter how good or rather well-intentioned they may seem. Yeah, I've heard this speech before. And how about we go see the kids again today? I thought you saw them as gremlins, but I wouldn't mind checking in on them. As promised, the governor had provided us with some Monera for the children. Fortunately, it was more than enough to buy them some good food for them. Hey kids, we're back with some food. How about we dig into some good tucker? Excuse me? What? What? I have never, ever heard the phrase, dig into some good tucker. Who? What kind of phrase is that? Children? Where'd they go? No, that's not it. Come out, children. Eldest brother Crocus is here to play with you. Yay! What, are they in a pocket dimension? As soon as Crocus spoke up, the kids came running to say hello. Hello to Crocus, that is. They ignored the rest of us. Why are they like this? Because you look too grumpy. That's not... Wait, is it better if I smile? Worth a shot? Like this? Is that a smile? You look like you're about to cry. Don't let it get you down. I'm not exactly their favorite either. And aren't you the one always going on about how being bad with kids? It's just how it is, demoralizing as it may be. True enough, let's look around the house while Crocus watches the little gremlins then. The little shits. Who don't have images, so I can't actually see them. Although the house was a mess, the interior was well built. Tidy up a bit, and you could make yourself at home. One room was particularly noteworthy. A study adorned with bookshelves and stray codices. I don't know what that is, but okay. Ah, smells rotten and musty in here. Now I get the feeling the previous owner of this mansion was also a mage of sorts. Same here, I wonder what happened to them. Maybe we can ask if the kids know anything about it. Anyway, this mansion seems livable despite the dust. Perfect even.
Rotten and musty. Yeah, I mean... it's not what you think. But yeah, this is a mansion in the woods that has just been, like, decaying back here. And of course, this is, like, I guess supposed to be in, like, Greek-Roman times? So it's not like there's AC or anything. It's as hot or as cold as it is that day. There's no keeping things fresh or anything. Oh, Greek times, that is pretty cool. I mean, I'm assuming based on, like, you know, their attire and stuff, as well as the structure of the buildings. Perfect for what? To have Crocus teach these kids to handle magic properly. Yeah, makes sense, yeah. Oh, like a school. As we've learned, magic can be dangerous if you don't know how to handle it. Those kids seem to like Crocus. I don't think it's unreasonable to think he could mentor them. True enough, but what are you trying to do by teaching them magic? Well, Janice needs the help, but I haven't thought that far yet. Best case, they can help the city when they're older. If not, we still can't leave them like this. And have you told Crocus? No, not yet. If you are pitying me, I do not care for it. What? No, not at all. I've taught young ones before, but this is a far cry from the position I once held. Still, it's better to have something over nothing. Yeah, I'm grateful. Are you certain? I was worried that teaching these orphans magic would be too much to ask from you. Crocus let out a hearty laugh.
Truly, these children are the only ones who know... we know who can learn magic in the city, and besides, it's not like I have much else to do.
Well, you could always use your talent to protect the city.
I can, but in the end, I am only one person. I'm not much of a deterrent to an entire army. Particularly if the enemy uses magic against a city that has become ignorant of it. I considered the possibility of training a mage corps, but with no other source of neophytes, we will have to make do with these children. Although, if we are to teach these orphans, we have a pressing question to ask.
What do you mean? Crocus lowered his voice to a whisper.
We must question the ethics behind thrusting a squadron of children into conflict.
Oh.
It would be naive to think they would not end up in the war effort at some point. At the end of the day, however, they are in fact children.
That may be the case, but... do you think we can always ensure their safety? The city stands or it falls. We do or we don't. The result doesn't matter. To believe that no harm will ever come to them is severely optimistic. The world will not treat them as children, so we should consider that they must use their powers like adults. After all, who's to say they won't take matters into their own hands?
But discussing hypotheticals will not release us from responsibility for the choices we make.
Well, no matter what we decide, I think we should at least talk to Governor Sulpicius about it.
Then let us put this matter aside for now. Now, summoners, as I am to teach them magic, how would you like me to do it? Simply put, I can teach them the traditional way, or I can put them through a trial by fire of sorts.
Do you mind elaborating? That seems like two wildly different methods.
The orthodox way is to teach the basic theories of magic, principles, rules, and how to work them in a group. Although their growth may be slow, we can reinforce their foundations and in the process prepare them for cooperative spellcasting. As for the trial by fire, I can assess each child's magical affinity and train them in the field that best suit them. Some of these children are naturally gifted, and it would be beneficial to teach them to follow their strengths. However, any cooperative spellcasting would prove more difficult and dangerous. It all comes down to the training powerful duelists versus flexible units, the former having more individual power and the latter having more collective power. Whether or not you require cooperative casting involves the decision to have them participate in the war, but that's not to say war is the only use for such things.
Ha! You're still deciding. Of course you should foster their personal talent.
We aren't ignoring that, but during this time, cooperation is of utmost importance. Here they are, right on schedule. I expected they would butt in when I asked the question.
What do you expect from these kids? The talents are like planted seeds. Water them and they will blossom.
You have to work together more than on the battlefield, and you can't deny the importance of laying down the foundations. Surely you understand that working together helps to keep everyone safe. Magic is a dangerous discipline to begin with.
And learning is also self-development for these kids. Bunch of stuffy rules will have them bored out of their minds. Could even compromise their identities.
Exactly why it's important to follow the rules. If a talented mage doesn't know how to work with others, they'll grow up to be as loud and obstinate as you.
The only obstinate mage is one who doesn't have their own original ideas. Besides, magic isn't just about skill, it's about self-expression.
I like this one with the fire. Yeah, he has a very good look. He's very neat compared to everybody else.
Irrefutably spitting out readings from books will only dilute that art and cause them to forget creation. How else do you explain the absence of magic in this era?
I suspect a lack of faith, not a lack of creativity. Besides, have you ever even seen a successful painter who is incapable of blending colors? Or have you ever seen an acclaimed poet who cannot write? Bolstering the foundations does not leave them bereft of inspiration. To follow the rules does not mean you are no longer an individual. This war, Mukaki, and adopting a robust approach is in the children's best interest. Alright, let's stop there. Much more, and you'll be going off topic. In the end, we have two options on how to teach the children. I want to hear your thoughts, Vitus. Well, if I consider it. I mean, this one, they both have benefits. And cooperative magic wouldn't be out of the question with fostering their individual talents. I think fostering their individual talents. I see, then I'll let the kids know that they can choose to learn as a group. And I'll convince them that they should learn individually. The choice is theirs. And then we fight, because fighting isn't implemented yet. It didn't even give me the option to proceed, okay. Very well, I'd be glad to tailor my teachings to each of my students. Plus, it's not that this method won't be helpful to others. Magic is simply a tool. How it's used depends entirely upon the person handling it. And upon learning of this situation, the governor said he would not consider requesting help from the children until they were at least fluent with magic. And as such, things progressed smoothly. Until today. Valises ran into the tavern, chest heaving and tail twitching erratically.
The kids. Kids are in trouble. Huh? Wait. What? Calm down. Before you keel over, what happened? That's all I know. We can hear the details from the governor himself. Sulpicius? Is he with you? Sorry for the sudden entrance, gentlemen. Did you hear about the arcane boys? Arcane boys? No, I have not. Well, it is possible that this is unrelated to the plight of the young pupils, but I think it far more likely that it is. The refugee camp speak rumors of the devil's son running amok.
What? I have no children!
Shut up, they're not talking about you. The devil's son, what in paradise is that meant to mean? I've yet to see them around with my own eyes. But the rumors tell of demons scampering around. Sorry, that is not what the sentence said. I have yet to see them with my own eyes, but the rumors tell of demons scampering around. Ones with large heads, twisted faces, and childlike figures. The sightings are frequent, might I add, and with them come many odd occurrences. As such, my primary concern is whether this has anything to do with your lot of young children. I don't suppose it is too much to ask you to help me find out. No problem at all. Then I will count on you. If what he's alleged is true, then I'm worried. This is an important time in the training, so I think we should go and check and see what is happening sooner rather than later. Have you spoken alone with the governor recently? Yes. I visit him frequently to report the progress of our work. What's the matter? It's fine. Let's move on. So, did the children, like, get some cool power or something? What happened? So it seems that this so-called devil's son haunts the refugee camp. Where are they going? According to the rumors the governor told me, I think I know where to look. Valises took the lead towards the market, which seemingly had a reclusive shadow cast upon it. Little is left on display. Most goods have been packed away from prying eyes. Many market booths furnished by only a few scattered goods. A few customers bargained with the shopkeepers, but the crowds were unusually sparse. It was clear that more refugees than shoppers lined the square, crowding the streets in a sedentary daze. What happened? Everything is packed away, so I think there may be a thief on the loose. A thief? There are always thieves on markets. People don't pack their lives up just because of a thief. A nearby group of merchants jeered one another, seemingly more out of fear than anger. If those merchants are to be believed, the recent theft is the handiwork of the devil's son. For a supposed son of the devil, they have a strong desire for simple mortal goods. Devil or not, they only reveal themselves after the goods are stolen. The merchants are so loud, I'm getting a headache listening to it. Are they really so scared? We must have just missed something. Or missed it happening. Most likely, but it sounds like a regular occurrence as of late. If we stick around, we might have luck to see for ourselves. Okay, then we'll wait here. Upon closer inspection, the streets were no less miserable. Many vendors had been displaced by sick refugees seeking shelter. Most of the healthy ones didn't have much work to pick up either. The market wasn't built to hold people living there. A lack of plumbing led to it becoming difficult to breathe. It wasn't too long before Valises shook Vitus on the shoulder. Snap with it! There's a robbery taking place over there! Suddenly, the thief toppled onto the ground, scattering loaves of bread all over the floor. They got up in a panic, grabbing what they could and stuffing it back into their bag. One step, two step, and they tumbled once again. The merchants soon caught up to the thief. They could not escape, turning a dagger upon his pursuers. A scream broke up the gathering crowd. A man with the face of a three-headed beast and the body of a child appeared. A giant yellow eye rolled in place. Its forked tongue slipped out between protruding fangs. There, it's the Devil's Son! Don't lose them!
I don't look anything like that. If I had a son, he would look far more handsome.
So don't gloat like that. That little bugger. Paradise above, he's fast. Where did he go? How in Makari's name did we manage to be outrun by someone so short? They didn't even look like they were trying to run, and yet they still evaded us.
That's just because.
Don't intervene in the common affairs of mortals.
You're so stuffy. Does it really matter if I tell them? Regardless, it's not that interesting. I'll shut up if I must.
Then don't talk if you're not going to say anything helpful.
Easy. Easy now. I'm the one being daubed on here. Who's to say I can only help you with my words? Walk back where you came and take a turn to the right. That's it. Good, mages. Now run forward!
What did I bump into? Hey, geezer, not now. An invisibility spell. That voice, I'd recognize it anywhere. Drat. We won't find him now. Let's go back and see what happened. Fresh blood splattered the stones where the thief fell. The gathered crowd said the thief dropped their knife and was stabbed with it by the monster. Not dead, right? Seems so. They left by themselves. Oh, we're so lucky they didn't die. Thief or not, I don't want those kids to have blood on their hands. Isn't it strange? We were chasing the Devil's Son the whole time. There's no way he could have taken out that thief. Is this also magic at work?
No, have you yet to figure it out? The Devil's Son is obviously not a single boy. Why else would they hide away their faces?
So they all don the same getup to fool the people of their supernatural powers. For a bunch of kids 7 and even younger, I didn't expect them to be so cunning. I say that this sort of ordeal has happened a lot as of late. Thieves failing to make their escape, beaten in their homes, later left a smoldering wreck. Stranger still, rumors also say that the merchants have their goods stolen by the Devil's Son just the same. I'm not one to believe in tales or rumors, you know. Let's play Crocus a visit and hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Verily, who would be the best person to ask? Really quick, I will be right back. Can I bookmark it? Yeah. Bookmark. That way I can at least have, like, some sound. Anyways, I will be right back. I'll even put on this. Maybe. Or not. That? There we go. I'll be right back. Oh, which character is my favorite so far? Probably Crocus. He's weird. Anyways, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Turn that off. There we go. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom. There we go. Continue. Continue. There we go. Anyways, yeah, I kind of think Crocus would be my favorite, is just because, like, out of all of them, he's the most oddball.
Oh,
I also really like doing his voice.
the two of you don't look like you're in good shape. What in Pruna happened?
It's a long story.
Apart from the study hours, I have not seen hair nor tail of the children. Is this what they have been up to? This could be troublesome. I will ask Janice. I don't know anything, mister. I can tell from your attitude. But I will still ask. I need to know, what have you done? Me? No need to resist, little one. This magic will make you want to tell the truth. So just let it do its work. We just want to help those people. Ah, little one, you're in a lot of trouble. Why would you go to such lengths? Because those bad people were stealing the other people's food, and they didn't look hungry at all. And you've never had no food to eat, or did you forget? But the shopmen said they didn't want to sell to the people who didn't live in the city. And what you're doing is justice. But, mister, you said that magic should be used to help others. I also said that you shouldn't use magic on others irresponsibly. It's dangerous for the lot of you, understand? We can't just do nothing. Although I don't wish to make dour your good heart. No matter how much good we try to do, people will be hurt, people will be hungry, and people will die in the world you live in right now. To try and use magic for a naive and pure good will put you and everyone else in danger. The city folk who are afraid of magic will still be afraid. You're the ones you help. And if you ever want to save others, you must first save yourself. But... I am not saying that you should do nothing. But for your own safety. But your own safety comes first. If something were to happen to you, you could never do the good you want to do. Well... Hush now. I will make sure you understand after we fix this mess you've made. Now then, I believe the three of us have a meeting to make with the governor. You want to come with us?
You want to come with us?
Yes, after all, this time I am also responsible for this embarrassment.
Well then.
Wait, I almost forgot something important. Janice, what is the purpose of that mask? Huh? Mister, you said we need to hide who we are on the outside, so we just... It does not but make you stand out. Please don't wear it again. Also, we will have to talk about that after we come back. Let's proceed.
Alright. God, I do wish the card game was implemented into the story already. Maybe once I finish the story, we can try out the card game. So are these children... So those children were the culprits behind the rumors.
Yes, they were. I promise it will not happen again.
That has left me thinking. Yes, I know the implication it makes by asking the children to do this, but our battle situation is not optimistic. Before I stated I will not intervene with the children until they are able to use their magic. Today it is clear to me that they are able and willing to use it. If you are present, you are able to teach them on the field, am I wrong? I may be bold and without shame, but can I ask those children to use their strength to help the city?
Teaching on the field has nothing to do with helping them.
Right. I have no right to sugarcoat my shameful words. However, we are at war, and that is a fact. So as a brazen failure of an adult, I want these children to lend me their abilities to win this conflict. Would that be possible?
How do you want me to help? How do you want them to help you?
From what you say, the children were trying to help the people in all manner of ways. Mayhap I should give them formal positions, that they may act in an official capacity around the refugee camps. It could ease tensions of the refugees to know that there was a troop of little magicians helping them.
Would that be wise? You said yourself that those in the city find the use of magic unfavorable.
Doing as such, we can improve the reputation of magic amongst the populace.
I object. Changing the wrongs in this world is not the responsibility of children. If they make themselves known, how can you ensure that the people will not burden them as the cause of this war? Whatever goodwill you have in your propaganda, I assure you that it wouldn't have the opposite effect. And they would pay the price for your mistake.
I understand. And yet these children will one day live in the city in the water world. Do you hope for them to remain despised once this war is over?
Despised? Oh, yeah. The magic thing, yes.
Surely you understand that this question applies to yourself as well.
Yes, that was clear.
I will try my best to help them in an official capacity. I think this isn't an opportunity. The only opportunity. Consider my offer seriously.
I will. If you would give us some time to discuss.
No problem at all, gentlemen.
I'm surprised, Demiurgus. All that and you didn't say a word. I was waiting for the argument to start at any time.
Because this is a complex situation.
Uh-huh. Is it? I failed to see any hesitation in you before.
Clearly I spoke too soon.
I thought you wanted those children to participate in the war. Isn't this a great opportunity?
No, I didn't mean that. I support the existence of such forces. But said forces should be educated and trained by the country, without any secrecy among the citizens. These children would go to serve untrained by the country nor known to its people. Facing prejudice from all, yet protected by no one.
Did the governor not say that he would protect them?
A few words from a man of mere passing service to the city. You are naive to believe it would last.
Pardon? My stance is that you can't trust the government in the first place. Are you opposed or not? You can't have both.
I don't believe this is the right time. Besides, they are still children, too fragile in every aspect.
Are they so fragile? Even the small can be strong.
Really, you seem to be against this matter as well.
Not at all. The only thing I don't like is the children being gears in a machine for war.
Well, coming from the devil himself. Interesting. Interesting.
Those kids, they can take control of their own destiny. Understand this. If you want to show the people of the city that mages are good, now is the time. If they hide away forever, they will never escape being excluded from the world.
If they put themselves out there, they will be used and cast aside once the country has no use for them. It is the responsibility of adults to protect the children.
So even if children have a chance to alter their fates, they still must hide in the shadow of some adults to be protected.
What's sophistry? Does a toddler have the power to go against their fate?
Of course they do!
What?
Just because you're old doesn't mean you're wise. It doesn't mean you know the consequences of the decisions you make. There are too many people in the world who want to do good things, but eventually just harm everyone.
A child and an adult are not equally capable. You oaf, you jester, you entire circus.
Of course, you can't put them on the same level. No matter how old you are, you don't know the future. You don't know what your actions will do. You can still carry on making decisions nonetheless. Everyone should be responsible for their own destiny. It has nothing to do with age.
No, you're distorting the subject. This has nothing to do with age. It's about knowledge and experience. Okay, I didn't miss anything there. We must all face retribution, but adults have greater agency to make those decisions, right or wrong. To tell an infant to feed themselves because their destiny is their own is negligence. Honestly, yes, I do agree with that little statement there. I didn't read that. It's our duty to take responsibility to nurture and teach agency to those younger than us. Evading that is nothing but cruel.
Suppose someone is more capable than you. Do you surrender your fate into their hands?
Of course. That is the only way to achieve order and peace.
How perfect. If so, you should listen to me now. What rot. You should be listening to me.
Stop. You too. I get it. You have both made your points painfully clear. But you too don't get to make this decision. This destiny is to be chosen by Crocus and the kids after we give them their options. In other words, time for us to have a go at each other, eh? What will you choose? I'd put forth. Check the governor's offer. Yeah, no, I don't really want to put the kids into war. I will go gather the children. Sure thing, Valisus. Then we fight with the card game. The children arrive, and Vitus convinces them to decline the governor's offer. Yay. So, young ones, you don't want your life to change. Fair enough. This means a lot considering they chose this after trying so hard to help others. I have nothing to complain about. I was leaning toward this choice anyways. Are you alright, Vitus? It's just... there's always a strange smell in this house. Like the air before it rains? A bit, but if you can't smell it, perhaps I'm imagining it.
Are the two of you alright?
Yes, we're fine. I think Crocus was supposed to show up there, but he didn't, so... Governor! You seem to be in a good mood. Well, this is the first day without any bad news after breakfast. Is that not worth being in good spirits? I just realized you visit this courtyard almost every day. Has it perchance affected your work? Oh, come now. The governor is entitled to his breaks. Valises lowered his voice to a whisper. And I don't think we're in a position to judge him, especially when he's paying for our lodgings. Only that I worry some would see you and think that the governor is loafing about on the job. Worry not, I've been taking care of that very well. Speaking of which, I would like to hear your opinions upon something. Our pleasure. I know you expressed your concerns about associating those children with me in my efforts. But by their own hands, they have made contributions that we cannot afford to ignore. Such that for short term, they help the weak and suffer the crime. The city would likely be in greater chaos if it were not for their actions. Most are still scared of their return. But others say they are doing good. I'm thinking of holding a commendation ceremony. Commendation? Is that a good idea? Most of the city knows them as no less than the devil's son of all things. Exactly the point of a commendation. So the people will believe in their righteousness rather than that sinister title. Although a change in appearance would also do them much good. How about wings made of feathers? Wings? Bit on the nose, isn't it? Honestly, sounds in poor taste to me. Well, fine. Either way, I want the people of the city to no longer fear magic after this war. To no longer be afraid of those kids as well. So I don't want to miss this chance. I want to use my role in governance to help them in some positive manner. It would be the least I could muster. Alas, I will respect the decision if they choose for my requests of them to not be made known. Does this small ceremony sound reasonable? Well, I can't speak for them. Don't we need to talk to the kids about it first? Although I have no personal issues with this arrangement, he is only right to let them decide. Of course, of course. Then I will await your return.
Can you believe the governor wants to parade the children out in public?
I'm struggling to understand why he's making such a big deal over it. What do you two think? I'm not against it. It is good to have the children sheltered and recognized by their authority. So you want to know what I think? I hazard a guess you already know what I think. So sorry, but I have to disagree with Mr. Show-Off here. But why? Why, you ask? It's a commendation from the government. What a farce. Since when has anything associated with the government not been a mess? The postal system? Libraries? Schools?
Schools?
Oh, rubbish!
Success or failure is just a matter of implementation. But this is a tangent. My only concern is whether or not parading around my students will harm.
What a shallow and biased opinion. You said you wanted the children to do the government's bidding, and now you call it all a mess.
Don't twist my words. Being a lackey and taking a chance to help others are two separate things. One day they will gain the people's respect, and that will be because of their own hands, their own will. Not some proxy award.
Right now, they can have all the respect and more. All that respect and more.
Sure enough, they can, as long as it has nothing to do with the government.
Do you distrust the governor that much?
I never said any rot like that. I believe him. He's a man of good intentions. Can you all not see? This has nothing to do with the trust of a single man. A single man who is not but the acting governor of this grim land. What did you forget? By the time the war is over, he will return to his office and a new governor will take his steed. Oh my! The new governor hears that a group of child mages receive commendation from the government. What would he think of that?
Huh. Perhaps he will think, what a good asset.
And even if he does not think so, surely the people do after the war. There was a highly prestigious commendation, wasn't there? That's assuming our new nobleman is a good and kind soul. What if it isn't the case? What if he screws something up and uses those kids to take the blame? What if the people turn on those kids out of spite? Besides, who will be there to stop them? One day none of you will be here. What do you want these kids to do then? Nobody else has their backs.
Exactly. We should put them into the care of others as soon as we can.
You mean exploited by others, no? What if their magic was used to punish dissidents? Or even to oppress the people?
Such things.
Such things should be expected! That's why you don't give yourself to others in the first place.
Then what brilliant plan do you have to make the people accept them?
Ironopolis wasn't built in a day. Same goes for their reputation.
Completely forgot about that name.
As long as these kids show they can do good for the people, those people will trust them back. Trust is what builds true character in the hearts of others.
Your overzealous words are nothing but misguided optimism. True, the next governor may be corrupt. They may even be utterly useless, in fact. Some chance of failure, and you turn tail at the opportunity afforded by the here and now.
First off, I say it's a bad opportunity. And second, it's because most governors are a Crocus shite. Hundreds of years and the nobles are worse than ever before. Trust in their faculties at your own peril.
Why are you being so pessimistic? True, officials are rarely trusted by all their people, and it is also true that people think them incompetent. But both you and I know how far a layperson's prejudice can differ from the truth. And even if all you said were to come to pass...
A moment! Sorry to interrupt. Never be sorry to stop them.
What I take from it, the both of you are fine with the commendation if the next governor is sound at work with morals. If that's the case, Sulpicius may already know of his successor.
It's a matter of principle!
Oh my god. This again.
You cannot trust the seat of power, no matter if a good man sits in it. Only the foolhardy or daft trust in the government, a power which cannot and will never be proven trustworthy.
What complete and utter nonsense. If you lack trust in everyone, then this conversation is meaningless. People make a government to do together what they cannot alone, with structure and efficiency. Such things are built so the will of a single official can manipulate nothing. People's trust is in the knowledge that they have the power to prevent their officials from harming the people's interest, even when they hold no such power themselves. Together with trust, the people are rocks against the storm of tyranny. With nothing to trust in, they would be naught but sand to be washed away. In the here and now, the government is trying to convince the people to accept magic once again. Even if what you fear comes to pass and the governor of the city turns against them, who's to say that people will agree with them? Why can't you see how good it can be for those children?
What precious idealism. Well then, can you prove this to me?
I can't prove what will happen in the future, nor can I guarantee that the future will bring happiness to the people. But knowing that doesn't make me want to give up.
Sounds like an even better reason to not take the risk.
Mankind would never prosper if they didn't take risks.
Prosper? You're just spouting your vain ideals in the pursuit of utopianism.
People have the right to entrust their ideals onto leaders and great powers.
Okay, we understand your points.
But standing around and debating the nature of mankind isn't going to help the kids. Felicis, how about we settle this the usual way?
A duel!
I guess so, pick a side then. God, they both make actually good points. On one hand, you don't fucking know what they'll do with the children and may even exploit them. On the other hand, if the children have respect, they might actually have a fighting chance in the world. Oh, God. Also, Mukaki, stop talking so much, please. I think Makari. I think it would be beneficial. Ooh, 50 mementos, really? Wow.
Said they want to take up the commendation. Truth be told, I didn't expect them to be open to the idea, considering their usual distaste of adults. Let's just hope they don't make a fool of themselves. Maybe you can teach them how to behave one day. On the day. You are their mentor after...
Oh, whoops. Maybe you can teach them how to behave on the day. You are their mentor after all.
Well, I am quite experienced in receiving praise. Right, leave it to me.
Well, that was a humble brag if I ever heard one. I think it's kind of cute when he listens up. Cute? What? Salarius Magicus. On the day of the ceremony, the theater was packed and bustling. Though nothing had been revealed about what the governor would announce today, such a grand event provoked the curiosity of the entire city. After all, there wasn't much entertainment to be had in the midst of conflict. My fellow citizens. Today we are gathered to recognize that which we do not. I believe what you know as the Devil's Son needs no introduction, especially after the ruckus in the slums. A moniker that I will tell you is wrong and unjust. To the contrary, they are a group of youths who have proved their heroism and their justice, sacrificing themselves for your safety and the greater good. Noble sort who are nothing but a gift from paradise in these turbulent times. True enough.
Oh, like you have anything to do with it?
I believe that now is the best opportunity to express our most sincere gratitude to them. Now allow me to introduce them to you. The Solarius Magicus, the brave young magical practitioners and honorable citizens of the city. The kids walked out into the theater as the audience delved into a kerfuffle over the whole situation. Hey, what happened to their faces?
I took the liberty to conceal them. I thought of doing it while the demiurges were bickering. You never know how people could react in this situation. So I thought it would be better if people couldn't recognize them.
Ha! This is what they call a commendation. What a joke.
We would not be in this situation if the government was strong enough to protect them by themselves.
Here comes with your idealism again.
And you're the one who does nothing but complain. Alright, I'm trying to hear. You could stand before the governor as he pulls out a big medal and a decorated bag of Monera.
Thank you, mister.
That doesn't sound like Janice at all.
I tailored this illusion to the finest detail.
Janice pushes the bag back into the governor's paws. What's the matter, little man?
We're not doing this for money, mister. Not good.
Bang punches the air and the theater is enveloped in smoke. What? Situation escalated quickly, guards rushing to the stage trying to protect the governor. Smoke cleared, revealing the kids donning their devil masks, standing before the guards, pointed to weapons and facing the masses in brazen defiance.
We just hoped there could be more kindness in the city. We hoped people would no longer hate each other. We're just orphans, but we're doing our best. So what's your excuse?
The guards hesitated to make a move. One of the kids waved their hands, bringing forth billowing smoke. They were gone by the time we could see again. What? Oh, what? Acts like King of the Hill that moment? Crocus, tell me you didn't teach them to do this.
Of course I didn't. I was against the ceremony in the first place.
The people could see this as some stunt or an attack against the governor. It's entirely up for interpretation now. I wouldn't say either are good for their image.
I told you rubbish as always.
This is not the government's fault. None of this is going to help anything. We need to...
It's okay. Leave it to me.
Crocus jumped up onto the stage and kneeled before the governor. Lord Crocus, what are you doing?
Your Honor, please do not punish the children.
What? What? No, you misunderstand me. Do not take my surprise as disdain. You can leave this to me, Lord Crocus. My fellow citizens. It appears I have an apology to make. Before today, this moment, in my selfishness, I thought it was glory that those children were after. Or maybe it was fame, maybe wealth, or any such things that come to mind. As it seems, I was wrong. I hoped I could introduce them to the public. I hoped I could make them acknowledge. And now I've realized something. I realize that those are eager to be acknowledged, that those who are eager to be acknowledged are not those children, but us adults. We want to be acknowledged, and so we pursue fame. We want to be acknowledged, and so we chase after wealth. We want to be acknowledged, and so we seek glory. Our prejudices are so deep that our hearts harden and our eyes blinded. Even at this very moment, while our city teeters upon its downfall. I used to believe those kids were unacknowledged, unvalued, unappreciated. Not only because of their dedication to the outcast arcane arts, but also because of the alleged shadow of chaos they spread amongst the people. Yes, it is mostly true what you have heard about them. And no, I would not attempt to justify any of it. It is never justice to do wrong by those who do wrong to others, even if it is to steal from some dodgy merchant. I'm looking at you. It is never justice to hurt a thief, even if they just stole from good people. These are naive moralities. We all know to look beyond. And I am proud that the people of our country, the people of Pruna, can accomplish this much. And yet at this moment I finally realize it is us adults who have failed to set a good example. I think that's supposed to say failed, but okay. Through this unexpected disaster we have given up our peace. During this terrible war we have ignored our law and order. And most importantly, what has devastated our solidarity is that we have lost our trust in each other. We have turned away those who seek shelter, and we have ignored one another. This hostility, this resentment and indifference is what drives us toward danger. A danger that will lead us to collapse before we have the chance to fight our real enemies. I feel ashamed for remaining silent before those children spoke out loud. So I apologize to you, my fellow citizens. I apologize for the dereliction of my duty. And yet I wish all of you could do as those children say, to kill your hatred and nurture your hope. Throughout our history, we have survived the rage of nature. In the tales of this land, we have conquered the influence of evil. This city was never defeated, neither the heroes nor the braves. Now once again, we ready ourselves to wage another battle. And once again, we unite in this time of great trials. There may yet be dark days ahead. But through tough times, we'll see the light. Standing together, we are unbreakable. And in the name of the faith, we shall prevail. We will prevail. We will prevail.
Did he say that twice? Oh, no, he didn't.
Sorry, my bad.
At the moment, the people gave a standing ovation, and Crocus was beside the group, seething with rage.
Excuse me?
Fortunately, our governor is quite the smooth talker. It won't stop me from teaching those little monsters a lesson.
Oh, yes, okay.
Easy, they're just kids. Like I thought about the consequences of what I did when I was their age. Enough excuses. It's my duty to teach them to be responsible for their actions.
Oops. Sorry. So they don't want money. Why would they? They're children. What about some biscuits?
You still think that this is about your gift to them?
On second thought, I should have given them biscuits in the first place. My bad, I should have considered putting myself in their position. But really, biscuits would never have been suitable. It's an official commendation after all.
Who doesn't like biscuits?
I think the kids would love biscuits too.
Holy shit, you agreed on something! Can't believe you're not fighting over something for once.
Only compromise for the kids.
Hey, here's what they want that counts. To hell with formalities. Let's have biscuits.
Is there not togetherness within formality?
It's useless when you...
I spoke too soon.
Stop talking about the goddamn biscuits. Ahem. Pardon my language. There's no way they weren't planning this the whole time. No matter what you gave them, they would have done the same thing.
Like thrusting the bag upon me and tossing the biscuits to the ground.
More like asking you why they had to eat moldy bread for so long.
Well, in any case, those rewards must still be delivered. May I trouble the two of you? Of course you may. But you don't want to deliver them yourself? They may not want to see me. But to know there are young ones like them out there doing what they can, that's plenty enough for me. Is that the it for this? After that, a week had passed since the governor last interacted with the children. And over the course of that week, Crocus noticed fewer and fewer of his pupils attending their lessons. So there we were to meet the snow leopard, who was pacing back and forth in front of the mansion, wearing a vexed expression. Crocus? Why aren't you inside of the house?
Because Janice put a charm down to keep me out. But it won't keep me out for long. I don't know what's gotten into that boy.
He's always going up with antics. Is this really out of the ordinary?
Of course, he's fond of pranks, but he's never done anything out of spite before.
Well, you know. Remember back to the first time we met him? When we asked the kids why nobody could find the house, they all pointed to Janice.
Certainly, the boy is a natural leader.
And then the rumors, the ones about an old sage teaching the children magic. Except we never found one. But Valisis, Janice was the first to tell us that person didn't exist. Tell me, Crocus, did you ever look into that boy's memories?
Of course I didn't.
Perhaps you should have.
Yeah, you tell him.
Or perhaps you're jumping to conclusions. There, I broke the damn charm. I'll ask him myself why he did this, and this will be the last of it.
There was an eerie sort of stillness to the house. The tables were cleaner than anybody had ever seen them.
They're not here. But I feel something.
Crocus held up his hand and pinched his digits, like he was turning an invisible page. Sparkling blue text hovered in the air.
Goodbye, Mr. Crocus. It was fun at first and we learned a lot, but we're going to do things our way from now on. We have a home to protect after all. This entire city. We're sorry it didn't work out, Mr. Crocus. But we're not sorry for this.
We heard a sharp crack before a chunk of wood in the ceiling dislodged itself, distorting as it crumpled and fell onto the table. But what we saw wasn't timber or plaster. It was the rotting corpse of an old-looking man. And there's our sage. What? Was that what I've been smelling this whole time? See, this is exactly why you should always read somebody's mind if you have the power to do so. Disgusting. We're not talking about this. Crocus leaned over the body, covering his mouth as his eyes widened.
An occlusion charm. A successful transmutation and a levitation spell. If Janus could do all these things before I taught him anything, what will he and the rest of my pupils? Well, ex-pupils. What will they do with that knowledge now? Is this my reward for trying to involve myself in the modern era? Or is this just another punishment that I deserve? I need to be alone.
Wait. Let him go. The magician left the mansion, slamming the door behind him. I think we should have seen this coming. And I think deep down, Crocus knew he would have to face this possibility one day. Somebody had to bring together a bunch of children with an incredibly rare talent in the first place. If they were stolen from their families, they might not even really be orphans. And if they hid the body rather than burying it, well, that just raises more concerns about everything, doesn't it? Well, maybe the cadre deserved it. If that's the case, good for them. Tactless as always. So it's either the kids killed the man, or something else happened and the kids hid the man. Who knows how many secrets died with this man? We found Crocus later in the evening on a desolate hill. There he is. Hopefully he's quelled his temper by now. I'm sure it'll flare back up if he sees your face and remembers all the dumb ideas you had. Like usual, everything went wrong because of you. Unsurprising, given your very nature. Could the two of you wait here? I think I should speak to him alone. Excuse me? What's the big idea? What he means is that I have a question that requires your bountiful wisdom. So I have this strange observation about colors, but I've honestly never been able to work it out. Oh, I would like to hear more. I'm interested! Valises takes 2 strips of fabric out of his bag. So if you create a checkerboard pattern with the white and gray fabric, the gray fabric turns into 2 different colors. But when you bring the gray colors together to touch, then they appear to both return to one single color. Therefore, are they always the same color? Or do they only become the same color when they touch? Mortal, this is very simple. This is something called an optical illusion.
The colors are always the same, but our eyes perceive them differently when they are interacting with other colors. Are we really going to have a discussion right now?
What a simple response.
I do not believe so.
Even if the colors are intrinsically the same, the viewer's experience of the color changes into something entirely new. If the colors become functionally different, who is to say that they are really the same?
Valisos looks over with a smirk while Mukaki and Makari Hari begin to argue, clearly pleased with the distraction he's made. Soon their voices fade away into the distance.
Wow.
Oh, there you are, Crocus. You know, I never took you for a stargazer. I find these constellations familiar. I did memorize them all once upon a time. And yet, it was hard not to become bored by their appearance. I find it odd that they have barely changed at all, no matter the passing of the eons. Though I can't say the same of much of anything else. A constant of how mundane and selfish people can be, for one. That's reliable, unfortunately. Was it not clear enough the first time when I said I need to be alone right now? No, I understand you fairly well. Yeah, I just decided not to listen. Of course. Clearly. Because, well, I just happened to notice that, I think you may have a bad habit of isolating yourself from others whenever something goes wrong. And you have the bad habit of pointing out the obvious without considering any implications. Did you merely come to share that nugget of wisdom, or should I go on another walk?
Wait.
I thought that if I could understand why you spend so much time alone, I could better understand how you think. Aw, poor kitty's sad. I don't think there's a lot to understand, really. All there is to know is that people always want something from me. Perhaps at first they wish to know a quick trick to grow their crops faster. Or maybe the next time it would be a thrifty spell to make the jewels on their belt sparkle just that much brighter. And then what else? Oh, I know. How about training a battalion of magical soldiers to win a battle for a city that doesn't value them? And they already know how to murder! Listen. Nobody thinks what happened today or weeks before was your fault.
That's not my point!
I know today wasn't my fault. So everything is fine? It isn't. Because you know what really is my fault? It's always letting anybody ask of me what they want. And then expecting them to understand what I wanted when I do it for them. So then what do you want? I want to find people who can understand that there's value in living a curious life. Just the simple joy of understanding something you hadn't before. And sharing that with somebody who has the interest or the capacity to understand. Even those bickering gods have one another, loath as they are to admit it. Knowledge is a powerful thing, Crown Mage. But the joy of understanding and being understood is the most valuable thing in the world. That's one of the first things that you've told me what I do understand. Is that why those kids meant... Is that why those kids meant so much to you? I always get
defocused and just going on the same voice for so long, I just won't really notice, oh, I was supposed to read it in this other voice. I can see myself in them. Maybe when I was young. Maybe before, well. The snow leopard gestures as himself. Before I died. But even before that, before I had converted to Makari Hari's faith, I used to be a fiend for magic. I wanted to learn as much as I could, however I could, and I wasn't going to let anybody or anything stand in the way of that. Is that why you specialized in death magic? Like how Mukaki said. Bold of you to be that direct. But no. That wasn't why. That happened because, too often, people tried to rope me into their schemes and petty affairs. Really, they would try to force me to, whether I wanted to be involved or not. So I had to learn to protect myself. And I did such a good job at that. Maybe too good. So good that a man once told me he could hear the whole universe sing for him when my hex took him. And he said that it sang for me too. And by the time the song was over, that my fur would thin into the faintest cobwebs, that my flesh would slough off like over-ripened fruit, that my bones would whittle away like the rocks that became sand in the undertow, and all that would be left of me was hunger for one more thing I could never know. That's horrible. That was my life before learning temperance. Before Makari Hari's faith. But after? When I could finally shut off the alluring song of the world, well, I could learn to hear myself think clearly. And I was at peace for an epoch, knowing what I knew and knowing who I was. But in time, it was as though the world had been bleached of all its colors. Like all the sacred things in the world had become flattened images on rotten paper. And I knew that my spirit would rot away too, without maintaining the balance of my curiosity and my self-control. In doing so, I could always find a way to come back, whenever a new crown mage called upon me. And they would be there to listen at my stories, and learn my sacred art. I still want to listen to you, and your past experiences, even if I can't use magic. If you wish. Do you need a hug, Crocus? Absolutely not. Well, you're getting one anyway. Hey! Hey! The snow leopard looked like he was about to flinch. I'm just joking. Crocus sighs. I lied! Ha! Stop this nonsense at once, Crown Mage. Nope. His paws start to glow. I'm warning you. Fine, I'm done. I knew that would get you to grin, though. Anyways, there are always going to be people who disappoint you. And if I know anything about kids, well, part of being a kid is messing up, right? They have their whole lives ahead of them. And we don't know what that sage treated them. How that sage treated them. Maybe they'll need you again one day. Maybe they won't. But I know they can't be the only ones left who understand magic. The rest of us have no idea what we're doing when we're dealing with spellcraft. So let's look to the future.
For what?
For spells, for battle.
Be specific.
I don't know.
You sound just like Janice right now. Incredibly young. Willing to use all the information at your fingertips for so many things you couldn't possibly understand.
Well, maybe I can't understand yet. And, maybe I don't know what I'm doing. But I can swear that I will try to find a way to help us learn from one another. Crocus steepled his hands and held them to his forehead, breathing deeply. We will need your help. Yes, you're right.
Of course I am.
Let us leave this lonely place then, Crown Mage.
Exactly.
Oh. One more thing.
Yes?
Stop calling me Crown Mage.
Very well.
Just call me by my fucking name.
Vitus.
Thank you. Chapter 1.1? What? What do you mean chapter 1.1? Okay. Let's check out some interlude, because it looks like we have more. It's time to take a break and let the troubles of the outside world fade away. Sulpicius showed up today. Ooh! He needs 75, and then 50. I have enough. I have enough for one of the guys, and then Sulpicius. Let's check out Sulpicius. Why not? Is that really him? I think it is. Sulpicius, it's us! Vitus Volisus. Volius, what? Volisus. We haven't seen you here in ages, like maybe an hour ago. We almost thought you'd stop coming. Come here all the time! Surely it hasn't been that long. It's been at least 2 weeks since we saw you here. They are muscular. Yes! That's strange. I must be losing track of time. There's always another meeting to attend or new damage to survey. Seems as though the moment we fix one problem, another arises. That is the impression I have of Ironopolis too. I had only ever heard bad things about the city before I was assigned to this post. I don't mean any disrespect when I say this. But didn't you tell us before that this city was your first time governing a city? Yes. So the best thing for the city would have been to pick a seasoned leader to handle dysfunction at this scale? Easy, Valisus. I don't take any offense, Vitus. Valisus just pointing out something that he's figured out on his own. Truth be told, the Senate considered it lost already. There are a few economic resources found or produced here, and the location isn't a strategic battleground on the war. The country would be affected very little if the whole city was lost, save some ease of access to specific trade routes.
So who in the Senate hates you?
Now there's some bluntness I can appreciate. To reply in kind, it was both a powerful lobbyist and the young censor who sent me here. They have notorious disagreements, but my stationing here was one of the few things they could agree on. I can tell that the lobbyist holds resentment towards me, but the censor is much harder for me to read. There's a bit of mystery to the decisions he makes, but his efficacy in the government is undeniable. I'm fairly certain that both parties expected me to fail. And I accepted the position because I'm stubborn and wanted to prove them wrong. But unfortunately, I think they had the right idea about me. I am ill-prepared for a task on this scale. With every opportunity I receive to learn governance from failure, the city falls closer and closer to total collapse. The more equipped I become to handle the conditions of Ironopolis, the later the hour grows. The only thing that started turning my luck around was meeting the both of you gentlemen. Miracle workers by no exaggeration. The heroes are the ones doing everything, not us. But you command them. And you both have good heads on your shoulders, despite no formal training. If that's the case, then you deserve credit too. You had the eye to spot what we were. Being at the right place at the right time is luck, true, but a leader puts his faith to the right people. Very humble to call ourselves the right people. Credit must be taken where credit is due. I'm very grateful for what you've all done for me. I know we're not done with your work, but the people of the city owe you both their lives. But I'm afraid I have something selfish to admit. No? You don't strike me as a selfish type. But aren't all noblemen to some degree? This is certainly a problem of pride. But I resent the fact that I wasn't skilled enough to save this city without extraordinary intervention. I think there's supposed to be something here, I don't know. Perhaps it is arrogant of me to think that anything other than miracles could save this place. But still, one likes to think we can change the world with our own hands. Not with the hands of the immortal, nor the divine. It's hard to believe in the notion of ambition when we are nothing in the scope of all things. But ambition is what drives me to want to do great things. And I would like to believe that I can still be ambitious. And that my choices and my actions can affect change. So I don't know what I'll do once my time here is up. Other than that, I cannot say. There's something for me in the capital still. There's more that I have to learn there. I just hope that I won't have to rely on miracles to do the right thing. Sulpicius tested the water with his claw. Then he splashed it, a little dismissively. I'm sorry that your pride is wounded. But I'm glad you'll live another day with wounded pride because of our interference. I feel the same way. We all deserve the chance to grow. And we're we're learning together because we met each other. Miracles or no, we have made the same choices. And we choose to help you every time. Thank you, friends. I do not think I deserve this generosity. We're just repaying the generosity that you gave us. We lost our homes. We had no money when we first set out. Seeing the city is making me understand a little too quickly just how lucky we were between meeting you and the gods and the heroes. Stop it at once. You are both far too nice, and I am already a sentimental man. We know. In part, that's what we like about you. Now you're both heaping on nice things to say about me. This is just too much. You know, we
For
can stop
guys,
if you want
part
us
one.
to.
Do you like tall girls or short girls?
Men.
Yes. Yes, sweet. Men. Well, I didn't say that. It went well with this. Oh, we still got more interludes. Let's talk to Zermes. Wonder what Zermes thinks about being summoned. The great adventurer himself, I'm sure he has a story to tell. My, if it isn't my time to be called on again. Wait, where are we? A local bathhouse. And the two of you are only wearing towels. I've already forgotten Zermi's voice because he hasn't talked in a good 2 hours.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that it was me who gets called to join in on the lovemaking.
Excuse me? No, that's not what this is.
Well, why not?
We just want to get to know you better, Zermes.
Oh, I see. You're one of those clingy, cuddling types.
No, we just want to know more about you. In the least sexy ways possible.
If you insist. I might as well change for the occasion then.
He leaves rather huffily before turning a corner, removing his clothes as noisily as possible. Then he reappears in a towel, and nothing but a towel.
Probe away, my chaste companions.
So how does it feel to be summoned?
What do you mean?
He means how it feels to be called upon at any moment without getting much of a warning.
Fair question. It feels like nothing, I suppose.
Nothing?
I have all eternity to spend it on anything, so I can't really complain about any interruptions.
As somebody with an expiration date, I'm sorry that I can't relate.
Sounds like a personal problem. Any more questions?
Can you relax with us for a day without making somebody want to punch you?
I suppose. But really, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of close contact.
Whatever you say. Oh, well, that was it for Zermes. Okay. I still haven't talked to Circles, the big polar bear man. He's the last one out of everybody. Pro bono publico. In a sweet and fitting way. I guess it just automatically saves? I'll delete that one. Yes. I guess this just automatically saves. Let's just continue story? No. From on high. Now, what I'm about to say next may leave us abashed. As you're all aware, there are many refugees outside the gates who cannot enter the city. Yes, we saw them huddling around when we arrived. For your consideration, there is in fact plenty of room for each and every one of those refugees within the city. However... never mind, there's little worth hiding from you. Simply put, the nobles are opposed to accepting refugees into their district. Why would that be? As a matter of fact, they say the refugees are filthy. That can't be all. Unfortunately, that is not all. The refugees are also unaware of their own aromas. They cannot use the sanitation facilities in the noble district, so they're left to camp out in the streets. Over time, their daily waste will accumulate. Moreover, the refugees are essentially destitute and uneducated. And compared to the rest of the population, their crime rates also tend to be higher. Thank you for the 100 bits, sweet.
You are great.
God, the channel I got that from is filled with absolute, like, it's almost creepypasta-esque, like analog horror without it being horror. It's all like 30 seconds or less videos, and they're all exactly edited like that. And I will never understand how that happened. Thanks for the entertainment. Thank you for being here. And compared to the rest of the population, their crime rates also tend to be higher. Considering their plight, it's only natural they are without money and without help. Is that the truth, or just what you believe to be true? I understand, but consider this. If you were a noble who lived a fair life, would you be glad to have your street packed with refugees? Would you not be concerned that you or your loved ones would be attacked on your doorstep by those who have little to lose? Not to mention the stench. That's, On one hand, I understand the nobles' reluctance to take in refugees. But on the other hand, the concentration of refugees outside the city is detrimental to the city's defense. Not only would it interfere with our army's operations, but we would also be unable to fight defensively. If any enemy forces were here to attack our city walls, the refugees would surely suffer great losses. However, it's not impossible to deal with this issue. What do you suggest? If the refugees are given structure and clear management, I believe many of the nobles could rest easier with the situation. Many nobles, but not all. We give them fewer reasons to deny the refugees and pressure them into a compromise. Keeping the refugees outside the walls is not an option. So this begs the question, who is going to take care of the refugees? My first thought is that it would be best to entrust them into the clergy of Makarihari. And since you're talking to us, the clergy already turned you away, am I right? Correct, that's a good deduction. Excuse me? As a matter of fact, the clergy didn't initially reject the proposal. In my initial meeting, they swiftly agreed. They set up small refugee settlements near the temple itself, but as you know, there are still plenty of refugees outside the city. So what went wrong? The clergy states they're only willing to save those who are faithful, and that believers must be willing to prove their piety. Oh, I get it. Surely it can't be. So you understand then? Yes. It's money. Riches. Capital. Of course. Technically speaking, it can be any donation of value and not necessarily Monera. They also accept family heirlooms. Oh, fucking cool. Obviously, that does not solve the root issue. Those who could not afford proper care are still unable to do so. Then isn't the clergy overstepping their boundaries?
See? Do you understand now that this is what his religion produces?
This is in no way my teaching. Have my temples truly fallen so low in this era? As such, I would like to ask for your help convincing these holy men to welcome the remaining refugees. Yes? But we're... Are you not able to call forth Crocus and Circles? With the help of these two men of legend, you may be able to convince the stubborn minds of the clergy. Or should I say suppress them with the authority of said legends. Alright, we understand. In any case, we will certainly give it a try. Then I'll be counting on you, gentlemen.
In my mind, Circles would be better at this than I.
Huh? Wait, but weren't you a priest?
I specialize in magic. I only became a priest because it is much easier to pass myself off as a priest than to admit that I am a magician.
Feels like I was just told a big secret.
It's all in the past. Anyway, I'm counting on you, Circles.
But I...
Come on, have a little faith in yourself. The fact that you're able to be summoned as a hero means something in of itself. So don't get hung up on your own self-doubts. You all can go ahead. Consider this his consent to follow through.
Are you sure? Compared to what I've learned about Lord Circles, he seems very different in person.
You'll find out that the legends are not to be trusted. Surely you've noticed the only on-the-nose legend among the four of us is Herclaws.
Should I consider that a compliment?
That's up to you. Maybe. Possibly. Sure.
Just as the governor had said, neat camps littered the streets outside the temple where many wealthy-looking refugees had made themselves a home. Despite living in tents, they were clean, well-dressed, well-mannered, and chattering happily. There was also an outdoor kitchen not too far away, the food being prepared by clergy members and refugees alike. The warm and peaceful atmosphere here served as a stark contrast to that of their poverty-stricken counterparts outside the walls. They certainly don't look like refugees. These are probably the wealthier ones, just like the governor said. If this is all they'll accept, we'll have to drive a hard bargain to make them take the refugees outside. Anything is worth a try. Circles, do you have any ideas? I have no idea if this will work. Do you think the acolytes will respect me? If they don't know the legends of Circles, I'm certain those at the temple itself would be familiar with them. You're the spitting image of the paintings in the tombs of old. Just keep your chin up and look like you always do.
And should I just go ahead and address them?
You got this, Circles. Circles didn't sound very confident, but he still held his head high, walked up to the temple door, and called out to an acolyte. Sorry to bother you, brother. May I ask if the high priest is here? Isn't that a bit too polite? I'm not familiar with the clergy, or maybe they all act this way. Meanwhile...
Who are you? An appointment is required to see the high priest?
Do you not realize who this is?
No, I do not. No matter who it may be, even if it were Governor Sulpicius, the high priest will not be able to appear at a moment's notice.
That may be true for mere lay people, but this is Circles, who is about to cry. Circles?
Circles? Who is that?
You've got to be kidding me. As an acolyte, you don't even know about the Paragon or Circles?
Aha! That's Circles! You're playing a joke now. He's a living, breathing person.
Oh, I see now. No matter how much they look alike, it's pretty far-fetched to believe that people can return from the past. You'd think the clergy would be more open to the idea of miracles, or at least necromancy. But whatever. Sir, you should at least be able to recognize him. It's better to be thought of as a fake than to not be acknowledged at all.
What are you talking about? Trying to impersonate the Paragon Circles to gauge our reaction then? Hurry up and leave, I don't have time for your foolery.
A reasonable reaction, I guess. Lord Circles, is there any way you can prove your identity? I can do healing magic, but only if someone is injured. Oh, cool! Punches him in the face. So have Mukake bruise the doorman. Is there no other way? But sacred magic is not meant for demonstration. Ah, how troublesome. Karihari walks past, entering the temple. Soon after, a divine white light suddenly shines out from between the columns, and the acolytes at the door run inside in great dismay. What's happening?
Get him down for a little visit. No biggie, just sit back and watch the show.
If you say so. Soon after, the somewhat chubby high priest shows up. Are you the Paragon Circles? Yes, that's me. Please come in. Your companions are also welcome, of course. Upon entering the temple, the central statue of the god was still glowing with a pale white hue. A group of acolytes kneel beside the statue, bowing their heads in prayer. Makarihari emerges from the within the statue. Makarihari emerges from within the statue and returns to the Crown Mage's side.
Looks like your believers are still faithful, huh?
It's just blind faith, unfortunately. I'm unable to detect any of my teachings from them. This is the cause of my weakening strength.
Oh, don't be so dramatic. It's already been several hundred years. Of course no one would remember such drivel.
Well, my teachings aren't as easily forgotten as yours.
Except that's exactly what happened.
Huh. While the two divine beings continue bickering, we resume the task at hand. So, how may we assist you today, Paragon Circles?
As you may guess, I'm here to talk about the refugees.
Well, which part do you mean? As you can see, we are doing an exemplary job of taking in refugees. Then what about all the refugees who are unable to enter the city?
While we are open to each and every refugee, we simply cannot take in non-believers. I'm sure you agree. Well, I actually don't. But even if I did, how are you able to tell if one believes in the teachings?
Well, by bribery, right? That is a very common misconception. We simply want to confirm the sincerity of their faithfulness through their donations. Even if turning those away is not in line with the teachings of Makari Hari.
What makes you say that?
High Priest, Holy Archive 1437 states that you shall keep away from chaotic situations, from volatile territories, from insolent eyes, and from vicious criticism. As such, is it not only appropriate that we refuse to shelter those who do not honor the words of our God? Wait, what? What nonsense! What you're doing is refusing those who are unable to line your coffers. This is definitely your misinterpretation. Holy Archive 318 states, you shall serve your lord according to the full extent of etiquette, and it should not be treated as bribery. This is a practice recognized by our God. Yeah, nah, that's not what it means at all. Yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah. What would it mean otherwise? We're simply following the teachings of our God. What the hell are you teaching these mortals? Honestly, I can't remember the context of what I said there, but it's obvious that he's twisting my words for his benefit. I will not debate with you about the contents of the Holy Archive. You must understand that this interpretation is simply wrong. You should be doing what you can do to help the refugees who need food, shelter, and good hygiene. I understand, but you saw the number of refugees. We do not have the manpower, the space, or the funding to take care of so many. But have you made your best effort to do so? Well, look, Holy Archive 1524 states that you shall not force unto others what you are unwilling to do. In these difficult times, I am not willing to increase the workload of our overwhelmed brothers. Okay, that's enough. I'm not here to listen to this nonsense. So what are you gonna do? Beat the shit out of him? Not a bad idea. Are you serious? I beg your pardon? Ignore me. I will hear from this lousy man no longer. You two, and Circles, teach him a lesson. I also can't stand those who speak in excuses. I'd be more than happy to help knock some sense into this guy. Here? Oh, we can hardly call this sacrilege when the god himself ordained it. Just give him a good dressing down. It's time to duel! Duel! We win! Wow, cool. Yes, you're right. I've definitely changed my ways. Has he? No, but at least he's pissed himself. I will immediately send someone to contact the governor to take in the refugees. The high priest scampers away haphazardly. Things worked out, but I can't help but feel this was not the best way to go about it. Somehow I doubt a man's entire moral compass can shift direction due to an ass-kicking. Try not to read too much into it. We're here to find safety. With our good intentions, I think it'll be okay. Good intentions, you say? The appeal. Excuse me. Well, gentlemen, I have to say that I didn't expect your conversation with the High Priest to go so smoothly. After being persuaded by the Crown Mages, the High Priest took quick action to change the policies of the clergy. With the help of the governor, the refugees fled quickly into the noble district. The once sparse and pristine noble district had become somewhat cramped with the refugees from outside the city walls. As expected, this caused the nobles to become vocal in disapproval. But the High Priest waddled to and fro, lobbying the nobles about the clergy's duty in scriptures, coaxing them to begrudgingly accept the refugees. However, things, of course, were not that simple. After taking on so many refugees, the temple's manpower had become insufficient. Even after the governor sent guards to assist, the city experienced difficulty coping with such a large amount of disorderly and displaced people. Excuse me, the guards needed more manpower to maintain law and order, weakening defenses within and without. The acolytes of the temple were also exhausted. Complaints soon arose that they had to take care of so many people, particularly those few who are grubby, rude, and uncooperative.
Oh, I'm terribly exhausted. Why must we take care of these coarse people? Why am I doing this voice? Why can't we just shelter those well-off folk like we used to? Tut tut and chin up.
This is a trial by the god, my brother.
But sir, these people do not respect us. We let them in, and yet some went to spit upon our heels for not doing so before. Absolutely ungrateful.
You should learn tolerance. Holy Archive 1527. You won't have great success if you cannot tolerate petty troubles.
Petty? These people will go beyond petty. Someone even grabbed me by the waist and started feeling up my thigh. Is that something we must tolerate?
I'm sorry you're hot.
Didn't the Holy Archive also say that a man without ethics will not be influenced by manners? I've had enough of this.
That sounds excessive. My apology for not sending enough soldiers to keep things in order. But you know how short we are on manpower. Is there any way we can help? What about Circles?
I can't heal their manners if that's what you're asking. But perhaps I can try to ease the fatigue of the acolytes?
Circles places his left paw upon the head of the nearby acolyte. Reciting a spell, a white glow emanates from Circles that bathes across the acolyte beside him.
Astonishing! I feel wide awake! It's like I just had a good night's sleep. Wait, hold on. Doesn't this mean I have to keep working? I was about to end my service for today! Huh, well, that was the point. Sorry if I put a greater burden on you.
Okay, fine, you can have your rest. Be sure to tell other brothers that they can come to the Paragon Circles if they need treatment.
But
I had best return to my duties with renewed vigor. This way we can raise the morale of the acolytes. However, Circles, I'm sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask you something.
It's okay, how may I help?
I know you can do more than just patch up some tired men. There are many injured and ill among the refugees. And so,
I can heal them. If that is your wish.
That would be excellent. The few healers we have are dedicated to supporting the front line. Medicine is also in short supply. I have concerns regarding the spread of illness amongst the refugees and the rest of the city.
The people would be ever grateful to Lord Makarihari if they could witness a miracle for themselves. I see. I know where this is going. Then bring me there. You may as well take lead, as I know you will follow whatever miracle I perform. Correct, Paragon Hercules. Not Hercules. Please follow me. I could be overly concerned, but don't you think Hercules is acting distant?
His brief responses tipped me off.
I thought he would be happy to help the sick refugees.
Well, obviously that's his complex.
Complex? Over healing people?
Rooted doubts that are entirely your fault.
You are the shepherd who led my lamb astray.
My fault? Really? You have yourself to blame. Take responsibility for not being there for once.
Don't you dare deny your own influence. You fed his self-doubts and caused so much worry.
Fine, but tell me, who kept hiding him from the truth? Who only gave him comforting platitudes without letting the real issues flow?
A just God does not give absolute answers to all uncertainties. He provides each mortal the means to become a good man.
How very hypocritical of you. You give absolute answers all the time.
Oh, and who cares what you think?
So what does Hercules have a complex over?
If he wants to tell you, then one day he will tell you.
You should not worry about Hercules by asking him to solve what you could handle by yourselves. Are you not crowned mages? When did I suddenly become the bad guy? At least they're not fighting with each other for once. Anymore. Gee, thanks. Anyway, the refugees are in the hands of the clergy. We should at least see what they can do. Under Hercules' magical treatment, the conditions of the refugees improved remarkably. But even for a hero, there were too many people and too little daylight. By the end of the day, Hercules had barely managed to treat those down a single street. Refugees heard of the miracles being performed and began to crowd around the temple. Many tried to petition Hercules to heal those in dire need elsewhere, causing a ruckus that resulted in the governor calling armed men to make a perimeter. No matter how you cut it, there's not enough food to go around. Not just food, medical supplies, tents, even water is in short supply. Even with magic on our side, we can't solve all these issues. Lord Sulpicius, is the government able to spare some money to help? I do apologize, military expenditure has taken much of our reserve funding, so... I understand. The clergy will help the refugees to the best of our ability as ordered by our lord. But I saw the temple spending a lot already. How's the financial situation of the clergy? High priest took an accounting book from the acolyte.
We spent how much in one day?
Hell, I guess we'll be running out soon. You know how expensive the food is nowadays. I'm not surprised. Then how else can we get Minera and resources for these people? How about a fundraiser involving the nobles? A fundraiser? It is a common practice when the temple runs low on funds. As we have the Paragon Hercules here, I don't think it would be difficult to force those nobles to pay up. Right. Then should we consider this an option?
No. There's no way I will accept Minera from the nobles. I will not consider it.
Why?
My problem is that once you take funds from these nobles, they get to tell you what to do with the refugees.
And what is wrong with that? Plenty, actually. He does have a good point.
The nobles are partly responsible for the situation in the first place. What if they want to have a say in every decision made? What if they want to kick their sorry asses back out of the city again? What if they desire the little resources we have to be spent on them first? It is their Monera after all.
I still fail to see the real problem that isn't based on hypotheticals. No, he's actually making a good point.
All of it is the problem. Are you helping the refugees or are you helping the nobles?
I don't think you need to draw a border between them in the first place.
Are you out of your mind? Nobles get off on power. As soon as they get an excuse to interfere, they'll do exactly what they want.
Having power leads to responsibility. Should these powerful and responsible not have their say in managing the refugee crisis? Even though they may ask for priority, how can you abandon the power you need to keep order? And must you always imply that nobles are inherently bad people?
Because most of them are born into their wealth. And society was designed by their ancestors to ensure stable economic classes. The power and responsibility may only be available to them and their relatives. It's not that all nobles are bad people, only that the selfish and opportunistic can be found anywhere you look. By giving them power, you give those few the opportunity they desire.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What does Mukaki want to do if we're not going to raise... Holy shit, the sentence. What does Mukaki want to do if we're not going to fundraise from the nobles?
How hard can it be? You only need resources, right? Then why don't you just go ask for what you need?
Ask for resources?
Yes, go to the civilians. No matter if you need tents or pots, you can always find people who will make them.
Then how do you pay them?
Why do we need to pay them when we can assure their safety? This is war. Money is worthless. It's key to help each other and share our resources.
I highly doubt ordinary people can understand this.
Then it is up to our seal custodians to convince them, is it not?
You really do desire to be the contrarian. Even though the economy may collapse during times of war, I believe we are far, far away from convincing an entire city to reject the structure of haves and have-nots they are accustomed to. And if it really comes to that point, it would be the government's responsibility to maintain the circulation of the resources. What's the problem with giving the nobles a small bit of power over their lives?
Because the regular folk would have no way to oppose them. On the other hand, it's rather easy to stop a few miscreants among the civilians. Checks and balances, don't you know?
But the crux of the issue is that the temple has too little funding and resources. If the clergy can increase their financial power, then there would be nothing to worry about in the first place.
Really? You saw the high priest when nobody was around to rein him in? Yet you believe there's no problem in letting the clergy have more power?
That would be the fault of individuals, not the system.
There are always problems with the people.
Okay, my head is spinning. Aren't we going a little overboard here? We just want to know if we should go ahead with the fundraising.
Just go seek resources from civilians.
Do it the proper way and raise funds. To be sure, whichever route we take, we still require the assistance of the clergy, correct?
Not necessarily.
But you will need manpower. You can't get it done with only you two. Then shall we? Do it the old school way and see who can convince the most. So be it. Which side do you vie for, Vitus? Honestly, Mukaki has a good point. The nobles will probably want some say in the matter. But seeking resources from the people and just telling them, "We got your back," that's not good. That's really not good. Seek funding from the nobles. Alright, let's gather the acolytes. They will be here in a second. And we duel. So the fundraising is a go. I'll prepare a banquet right away.
Shameful.
And I think I know how we can solve both issues at the same time. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? As I see it, Mukaki's concern is that the nobles will take this chance to control the clergy. But if we also collect some resources from the civilians, we can make it out to be a joint effort. I am indeed thinking what you're thinking. Now, how could the two of you not realize this? Well, I suppose we went straight into an argument like usual. Whoop, but no, I didn't mean to do that.
That could be true, but this is a matter of principle.
It is indeed a matter of principle. No, it's our fault. I apologize. No, not at all. Look at us. We also took sides to debate this without thinking it through.
Alright then, let's move on. You solved what we could not, so go and do what you must. Is it just me or is the high and mighty...
Oh. Sorry. I saw you move your lips. I thought you were talking. Is it just me or is the high and mighty Mukaki blushing right now?
Nonsense! Just go! Disappear!
I'll get myself prepared. Can I leave the banquet to you? No problem. You can count on me. Later that day, the high priest hosted a charity banquet within the temple. I didn't expect the banquet to be hosted in the temple itself. Is this okay? Seems a little disrespectful. I do not mind. This is a temple devoted to me, after all. Ah, you don't have to worry about it. We have held charity evenings in the temple many times. To say that is to say you frequently make poor use of your Minera. How could it? The temple needs these funds to function. Right, of course. Well, I will not push for the details. So what do you do next? Will these noble lords come to donate by themselves? We have a good relationship with the nobles. Generally, many nobles will donate during the charity banquets without prior persuasion. But the purpose of this event is to donate towards the care of refugees. You already know the nobles' opinions toward the refugees. Things might not be so easy tonight. The banquet began and the nobles arrived, clearly displeased upon discovering the cause of the occasion. They congregated in small groups to whisper, breaking away to complain to the acolytes who were trying their best to ease all concerns. The nobles complained with tact and grace, but complained nonetheless. Clearly they were in an uncooperative mood. What are we gonna do, persuade them? You will do well with the Paragon Circles. His presence has a way of making others let their guard down. I will do what I can. Despite whatever attitude they put forth, the real person lies behind every mask. Reach out and look behind the mask, and you can usually understand someone. I think you should start there. Right. If I hear what they have to say, I can uncover what their agenda is. Good evening, everyone. Are tonight's dishes to your taste? If not, please forgive us for the poor quality during this turbulent period.
No, not at all. Everyone is responsible for the fate of the nation, are we not? Times like this are a test of our character. We should make our contributions. Speaking of which, are you the servant of Lord Circles, this caretaker of this return to this world?
Well, I suppose that's an acceptable description.
Delightful, I was right. I saw you with the High Priest and the Paragon himself.
It is a pleasure to meet you, young man.
I also heard that for Lord Hercules and training the troops, Lord Crocus is hunting for saboteurs, and Lord Zermes is helping to maintain law and order. As always, this city has been well favored by Makari Hari. I have no idea if this is just one person or everybody at the banquet, so I'm just doing everybody.
There was no need to question our victory in the coming war.
Well, your confidence is inspiring. I'm curious, it feels as if the nobles are hardly surprised by the appearance of these lords, as you call them. Well, do you find them beyond belief? So you believe that people of legend have returned to the world, living and breathing as we do? Well, as you say, they are certainly living people. But if they are truly who they say they are, how could you tell? A fair point. Wouldn't that be enough cause for doubt?
What need is there for doubt?
We've all seen the Paragon Circles perform miracles.
If he is a true paragon, then it is our divine favor from paradise. For a city on the brink of war, he's certainly a good thing to have for our sense of hope. But even if he is not a true paragon, he can still function as one.
He can still do incredible things. Ha 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 ha.
As long as someone believes in him, at this critical juncture, it will be beneficial for the unity of people.
So it doesn't really matter to any of you whether he is really a paragon or not. Clearly, it is very important to the High Priest. As the Holy Archive states, if you are not in someone's position, then you need not worry for them. I don't believe I have more to say on this matter. From what I gather, most here are not devoted to the church out of a sense of faith. So what are they here for, if not a sense of piety? Huh. That's an easy answer. Charity has become fashionable. Everyone donates Monera. It would be indecent not to. But the people seem reserved this evening. Tonight, the circumstances are special. It is natural for everyone to be uneasy over the clergy's recent decisions. But they should still be able to make some... I'm so sorry. That was improper of me. Please excuse me. No, that's quite alright. How should I put this? Although some purses are not so tight, other nobles' coffers have run dry. But they still attend such functions to avoid public embarrassment. I believe you understand the importance of social currency. I won't deny that. So-called nobility is nothing more than a hereditary label. For aristocrats who are born into such families, some may find the label of nobility a shackle, in a sense.
But we are decent people after all.
If most people donate, but only a few do not, how does that reflect upon them?
At this time, At this time, if we were to donate money generously, that would be tantamount to the well-off deliberately putting pressure on this group of people. What a scandal if
it would be if a family outed another when their relationships are already viewed as contentious by the public. In such situations, you have to ask, is a family donating for charity's sake? Or are they doing it to show off? As the Holy Archive puts it, being generous at the expense of others is not the way of a principled man. Can you say that it is ethical to force these poor nobles to donate money? I hadn't thought about it like that. Thank you all. I think I really benefited a great deal from the discussion. Please forgive my absence, everybody. Not at all! To enlighten others is a gift unto oneself. Interesting. So I feel like that could have gone better. So they blew you off, didn't they? That seems to be the case. I only realized they were making excuses after I left. If fundraiser banquets are nothing new, then why are they so troublesome? The nobles I asked were straightforward, but I didn't learn anything about their issues today. From what I overheard, one noble discussed that an individual donating would put pressure upon the entire group to follow, regardless of their ability to do so. That sentiment was genuine. The other two seized this talking point to sidestep their true feelings. That summarized their tactics. Every time they lie, they bring out the Holy Archive. Clearly donating to the refugees goes against the interests of the nobles. I understand the root of their behavior better now. But as Mukaki said, raising funds from the nobles does have the risk of allowing them to have some say in the treatment of the refugees. But I didn't expect them to refuse to give any money whatsoever. Ever since we started dealing with this temple, I've been observing the daily operations. They seem quite standard. And they provide free medical treatment to the poor and distribute food to nourish them. They also provide farmers with production resources such as seeds and fertilizers. If you think about it carefully, these services protect the interests of the nobles. Because of this, they are willing to donate money. How is it good for the nobles? If the working class is not supported, it is bad for the economy. The shops will not be looked after, the land will not be cultivated, and the crime rates will rise. All of which directly harm the interests of the landowners, which are, in fact, the nobles. To keep workers at work, you must either give them a salary to live, or solve their problems through communal services. The former decreases the economic gap between lord and plebeian, but the latter only requires targeted subsidies for those most in need. Clearly, the latter is more cost-effective. The clergy has played an important role in subsidizing these people. And if we're not for them, the government is bound to come forward to solve such problems with taxes and resource redistribution. There are already a great deal of exorbitant taxes on civilians. If they are to be expanded for this reason, it would be felt by the nobles first. In this small city, the nobles hold sway over the government and its taxes. With this way, the poor endow the wealthy. For them, the clergy is in fact their own quaestor. Quaestor? I'm gonna say quaestor. I think that's quaestor. The refugees are not productive towards the city, and it is of no benefit to the nobles to relieve them. In fact, setting a precedent for this use of donations would be a detriment to the nobility, as the funds will no longer funnel labor back towards them. Would you donate in the face of such consequences just for a bit of power in the here and now? Mukaki's concerns were valid, but they were misplaced. Donations to the temple do not give the nobility control. They have always been controlling the donations. So there's no way we can make them pay. What if we said that the money was not donated but lent to the temple? This not only reduces the barrier to entry, but also hides their true intentions and dispels the notion of setting a precedent. Although this is not for us to decide, otherwise we are, as noblemen said, being generous at the expense of others. We can persuade the nobles to donate money up front, or persuade the high priest to pay the nobles back in the long term through the services of the temple. Easier said than done. What do you think, Vitus? Well, I like Circly's idea. It seems that, I will do what I do best. Exasperated persuasion? Pretending to know what the hell I'm saying. Ah, I know that very well. Time to duel! Why is it flashing? Why are we flashing? Why are we flashing? Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we good? Game? 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 I can't. Game? Okay, well. Fuck. We're just gonna close. Give me a sec. Play. Come on, game. Okay. Sorry? Continue. Is this... Okay. Give me a sec. We're gonna speed run through all this. Since I can't skip. Come on. Come on, game. It sorta kinda crashed on me, so oh well. Come on. Go faster. Let's go faster. Yeah, because I can't hold it. Oh my god, come on. Please let me stop talking to the nobles. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Please let me go. Please let me go. Come on. I'm just pressing the space bar. Come on, baby. Let's go. Nope, that's not it yet. Man, I've been playing for 5 hours. Come on. Y'all watch this while I keep doing this.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real setup of dunkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive the hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanhangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bakhanaga hooves. Humongous hungalamga no
Just get back to the card fight.
Is that it? There we go. The story continues. Yay! We got through! Okay! I knew the messenger of Lord Makari Hari would not let us down. Just look how quick Monera is being raised. Just keep in mind this Monera is not your own. Well, 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 Holy Archive 1236, you shall help others and be delighted to see their success. I'm just happy to see a successful night of fundraising. Then how happy will you be to see the temple losing Monera over time? Don't worry, I won't embezzle any Monera. What kind of response is that? Well... sometimes it's better not to know. Huh. I guess so. Let's go see how Vlisis did tonight. Afterwards, the nobles... Afterwards, the temple had received both enough donations from the nobles and enough materials and volunteer labor from the civilians. Orders had also been put in place to have the stronger refugees take care of one another. This is great. Seems like everything is finally going well for the temple and the refugees. With this work, we have also improved our economic stability. Very good, gentlemen. Rather than recruit more soldiers to keep order, this situation is much better for the city long term. I'm honestly glad it went smoothly. However, our food supply is still troubled. With the distribution issues, prices are far from reasonable. Even the nobles have begun to complain about the shortage. Hopefully we can hold out for a little while. Hold out for a while. At least until some other mishap comes our way. I hope so, as... Suddenly the high priest rushes into the temple. Messengers of the Lord! We have big trouble on our hands. What's going on? He... Calm down and breathe. The Paragon Circles has murdered someone. What? What do you mean Circles killed someone? Why, I didn't see with my own eyes. But witnesses attest that Paragon Circles killed a patient sent to him early today. Do you think they were too far gone to save? I mean, even Circles can't bring the dead back to life. Actually, he can do that. Don't ever
Don't interrupt, it's not relevant.
The truth is always relevant.
So far, Paragon Circles has yet to fail us. And what? Those who saw him said he looked like a man who had killed before. What do you mean by that? Well, I think you should listen to the acolyte who witnessed the affair. A moment later. Yes, Circles put his hand above the eyes of the patient, then they just stopped breathing. And you think that means he killed them? Because it's not only one, but several people. They all died after Paragon Circles touched them. What worries us the most? Paragon Circles didn't even look sad about it. He just didn't look like he made a mistake. It didn't even look like he was sorry. Another one of us was concerned and asked him, but he didn't give them an explanation. So you really think he killed them? I don't think there's another explanation. I don't know why I'm giving all the acolytes these weird, like, Australian, Scottish, Irish accents.
The governor walked in. My men report that this concern is no longer a secret. Rumors on the street speak that those who seek treatment will be killed. Damn. We're in trouble if this scares people away from seeking treatment at the temple. But why? Why would Circles kill someone?
Hey now, do you believe such rumors so easily? 2 men can make up a lie, but 3 is a different story.
3 is a different story? Have you not heard of this tale?
There once was an old lady with 3 neighbors.
Now's not a good time for stories.
What? That's a story from your clergy.
Which makes it even less exciting. Either way, our recourse is clear. You should ask Circles himself if you have any doubts about his character. But he didn't answer that acolyte, did he? How can you be so sure about that? Perhaps the acolyte didn't ask him the right question. Never jump to conclusions when you have the chance to find out yourself.
Exactly. Even if Circles didn't want to tell the acolyte, that doesn't mean he's reluctant to tell you.
I see. Take heed and trust in your friends. Who else can trust him if even you two, the ones who summoned him, are not willing to do so? I should have said the same. Let's make our decision after asking Circles. If he didn't do anything wrong, he may not know about the rumors. If that's the case, we need to warn him. The rumors are widespread by now. He must know. Then we should take care of him.
This isn't fair. I've been trying to tell you this whole time. Why do you get to say the plan and act like you just came up with it?
What are you going on about?
Mortals, you would do well to heed by my ancient wisdom. To the point. You need to trust in your friends.
How kind of you to repeat what I already said.
Damn, how come it doesn't sound as cool when I say it?
Stop squabbling, you two. We need to move. Circles? There you are. Are you alright? What are you reading?
Well, it's the Holy Archive. There wasn't such a thing when I lived in this world.
How do you feel when you read it?
It's very nostalgic and somewhat disturbed.
Why so?
It records many things which happened back then. For some of them, I know they were just casual conversations between Lord Makari Hari and his companions. But speeches I would deem far more important are missing. So much is left unsaid. Nobody living today has heard those words lost to time. Maybe there's a reason why the book is written this way. The content of that book is not what I expected. Aren't you happy so many people believed in you and wanted your spirit to live on?
Circles. You know me well, no need to ask me. I'm happy to see people believe in my words. But what is really important is that people understand my words. Understand what we need to accomplish together for the sake of people. Not just to pray me. To pretend that I will come to them and save everything. Right. And what about those words? All you care about is blind devotion. Doesn't matter if the words are real or not. You just want everyone to listen to you, or am I wrong? All you want is to wave the banner of freedom and instigate people to behave unscrupulously. That's enough, you two. Circles, we're here because of the rumors. Have you heard them? About me ending the lives of others? That's right, so... Are they true? Of course they're true. What? How is that possible? Why did you do that? Are you gonna tell us? What's the point in explaining why? I did kill people. Circles. They won't judge you. They won't hurt you. You can share your thoughts with them, it's okay. Circles walked into a nearby tent. Take a look at this patient. What do you see? What do we see? Looks like he's out cold, maybe struggling to breathe. Check out the wound on his paw. It's like that because he held it up to protect his head in a fight. Also observe his torn pockets and the overall damage to his clothes. It's easy to see he was robbed. Then shouldn't we heal him? I asked him what happened while he was still awake. His son was killed in battle. He has no relatives, nobody to take care of him. But he's still alive. You should heal him, right? Do you think he will find hope or comfort living in this world? What? He has no Monera. He has nobody taking care of him. How do you expect an old man like him to earn a living in the middle of this chaos? That must be why he told me he wanted to die. But why? You can't just give him... Why can't we just give him money? And maybe find a job for him after the war. And do your lives have the time for that? For every person sharing his fate. For every person who lost their home. For everyone who lost their future. Well, but... You'd better distinguish your romantic ideals from the reality of this world. Don't pretend to do good to make yourselves feel better when you can't take responsibility for what happens next. And that's the only reason he shouldn't be saved?
Is there a reason to save him if he doesn't want to live?
I can't see it. I mean, how is it different from us killing him if we just sit there and watch him die? That's exactly what I meant. What? I don't understand. So, Circles, you won't deny those rumors are true, will you? I won't. There was another soldier with a severe injury. His son was killed in the same battle. He also told me he didn't want to live in this world anymore. So why... Circles. Did I do anything wrong? Surviving doesn't mean hope to everyone. Sometimes death is the only mercy. I can understand his sorrow.
Back in our era, Circles once cured a traveler and accompanied them back to their home. They found the entire family of the traveler. He had died in a horrible way. Then the traveler sliced open his own throat in front of Circles.
But... are you saying you support this? I would say a man must save himself before saving others. And if a man is no longer able to save himself, they give up? No. The ruling class may benefit from this the most. But if people had the right to give up their lives, society would collapse. Such relinquishment would be the ultimate form of evading one's social responsibility.
Isn't that just an excuse for rulers to oppress the people?
These are your own words too, Makari Hari, not just mine. You're imposing this so-called responsibility of the people solely to maintain the stability of the ruling. And now you're even going to deprive the people's right to die. That's messed up.
As I've said, unlimited freedom is not different than having no freedom at all. To exercise any freedom, you should not violate the freedom of others.
Otherwise, your so-called freedom is merely power at the expense of others. A man who takes his own life breaks the heart of all who knew him. Do you think that freedom is fair? And so what? All of society is doomed just because a few lost their lives, their will to survive. See all these wars? See all these disasters? How many people have died? And then what? Did everyone else off themselves in grief? Man is the only free after being born. Meaning you don't get to decide if you live in the first place. No man alive is born because of their own free will. And yet you're going to tell them they can't decide to die either. Such free will is much more than justified. It is the purest, the greatest freedom.
You mean Circles is right about what he's doing?
Well, that might not be entirely true. That patient may express their willingness to die, but they may be confused. They may be afraid. They may think they'll spend the rest of their life in endless pain, but the real future may not be so bad. Even we can't predict the future.
But such questions can never be answered. Not because the answers to those questions don't exist, but rather because the heart of a man is too complex to understand. And such complexities lead us away from a perfect answer.
But compared to finding a perfect answer, it's more important to save Circles' heart. To free him from his inner struggle.
No matter what choice you make, as long as you know it's for saving him. That would be the greatest kindness. Please, wait a second.
How come? If I just didn't even say anything.
Like I said, I believe it only makes people suffer to force them to keep living a life without hope. Didn't I just suggest that this practice is a horrible idea? Yes, but I can't convince myself otherwise. Just look around you. Look at these people suffering. Look at how painful it is to live in this world. Isn't it better to help them end such pain?
But...
I understand. Not every person shares the same pain. And I won't ever suggest this solution myself. But aren't there a great many people suffering? No, I should say most people here today are suffering. To save them. To liberate them. Shouldn't we free them from any tragedy when they beg us to? Just look around you. Look at these refugees. Look at this war. Wherever people are present, there is always chaos and suffering. While surviving is already such a pain for most of those who are living. What meaning is there in forcing someone to live on in hope that they may find some fleeting happiness? Maybe it is selfish for somebody to ask to die. So what? Is it truly always right to protect the many over the few? You know that's not what I meant. You know that's not what I meant, Circles. It doesn't matter what you meant, it's what you said. Even if I'm paraphrasing it a bit, it's in that book that people live their entire lives by. Shouldn't I do what my patient asked for regardless of what's said in the book? Doing so is my decision, and I'll take responsibility for it. Isn't that my freedom?
Hey, I never said you had the right to take away someone else's freedom.
There's no way I can know their true intentions or what is right. I insist that letting the patient choose for themselves is best. Circles brought out a bottle of some kind of medicament, hovering above the head of the patient. Wait, what's that? Nothing. Nothing but some kind of poison. Once broken, it will set anybody free. Hold on! What the fuck? Alright, I'll keep the poison for now. Would it make you feel better? I don't know. I'll never know if I'm murdering them or freeing them. But I want to respect their wishes. I want to learn to be consistent about that, at the very least. Consistent? What does he mean by that? I'm going back to care for my patients.
Wait.
So what should we do with this poison?
Ha! That's not a poison. How could Circles bring real poison along with him?
What? What do you mean by that?
Means he still can't decide what to do after all.
Hey, don't just leave me with this. What the fuck? Jesus. Okay, that ended on a insane note. I guess we can talk to Circles real quick. Circles thinks about being summoned, say no more. I'm sure there's plenty we can learn from Circles, no matter what we ask. I heard your call, Crown Mages. Oh. And where is this? Just the bathhouse. Oh, I think I'm overdressed. Wait, no, that was presumptuous. I, could be dressed as appropriately as I need to be. His voice was shaky. What do you need? Calm down, Circles. We only want to talk to you for a bit. And you might as well change. Then you can get into the water with us. And would that be appropriate? I suppose it could be even more inappropriate to rebuke your suggestion. Okay, be right back. Bear moved faster than we've ever seen him move, turning a corner and leaving our sight. Even a legendary hero can be like that, huh? I think he's legendary to his capacity to help people. Not so much his charisma. I can sympathize. Circles returned in his tower, cheeks blushing and shoulders twitching. I'm, ready then. To be asked anything. Relax. We just want to know how it feels to be summoned. You mean getting ripped away from your work without a moment's notice to be asked to do things that you don't know if you can morally support anytime forever? Wow, Circles, you really are deep. Well, it's certainly mandatory. That's how the magic works. So that's not good. If you want, we could arrange it so that we can warn you ahead of time before we summon you. So you don't have to live and worry. Are you saying that just because my statement pressured you into thinking that? I think he's saying yes. Some hero I am. My magic saves people's lives, and we're living in a time of war. I shouldn't be so selfish. I think I get that. The nature of your abilities does put you in a very hard position. But could you at least make up your mind on whether you're going to be selfish or selfless? No. Because it's impossible to know. Then I give up. I bet we can think of some sort of middle ground here. But let's worry about that later. I order you to relax, Circles. That's not how you people work, Vitus. Even legendary heroes. Yeah, am I right, Circles? Yes. I thought going to the bathhouse was supposed to be relaxing. Let's check out what Makari Hari has to say. Oh. Well then. That needs 100, I only have 75. Why don't we ask Makari Hari to join us? Because he's divine, Vitus. I don't think divine beings need to bathe. It's true, he does always smell immaculate. Besides, if he wanted to join, he would already be here. Ask me for what? see. Oh. Well, I can never tell when they're here or not. I am always here. And there's a terrifying thought. It is wise to be cautious of the divine mortal. You can say caution is just another form of respect. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. For what reason have you called upon me? Do not keep me waiting, Crown Mages. Well... Well, to be frank, it's embarrassing to admit how little I know about you. I wasn't exactly raised to be a devout follower of the clergy. That's probably for the best. Is it? Your ideas would be wrong and twisted. At least they would be based on what I have seen of my followers in this era. Then why don't we talk about something a little more personal? We're curious about whether or not you'd join us in a bath. Why would you ask such a foolish question? That's so delightful. One moment. We expect the god to approach the changing room, but instead he begins to remove his clothes in front of us. Wait, he's just going to strip right here? Relax, nobody can see him. I can see him! Really? Really? He has a divine towel. Cool. There is nothing impure about nudity. It is just another aspect of creation. Interesting. Wait, then why did you change it to some sort of magic bath towel? Vitus, he's telling us to relax. I'm trying, I promise. A god does not need to relax. Relaxation is but a convention to distract you from the truth that your mental faculties degrade with time. Divinity is eternal. But if you remain curious, I've fashioned this towel as I will not enter the water in my ceremonial attire. Now that would be deranged. He could rent a real towel if he wanted. Hard to fill out the form when you're invisible. You two sit beside me. Now tell me, why do they put oranges in the water here? I can answer that. The oils from the citrus fruit diffuse from a high concentration in the oranges to a low concentration in the liquid solvent. They did not fucking know this during this time. This was not something they knew. I know the inner workings of this world. No need to patronize me. Tell me what mortals feel when they engage in such disorderly things. Oranges make the water smell nice. So what you mean is that mortals stave off their own entropy with the sense of life. Even though the oranges appear to be disorderly, there is order within it. Delightful. Oh. This is all I wish to ask. They're just oranges. Just let him have this. Well then, so there's a thing with circles open that requires 100 mementos. I think we are going to take a break from the story. Let's take a part in the trials. Tutorial, please. I've spent 5.5 hours on this game, and I still have yet to play a game. Crown Mage, you have come to the right place to learn how to express your own will. They certainly have, as long as they don't listen to you, Mikaki. I'm not going to do the voices here, I'm just going to get through the tutorial. What this buffoon means to say is, you are here to learn the proper way to debate between Crown Mages in card battles known as trials. Card battles? Of course, a know-it-all... A know-it-almighty such as Makari Hari would put it so bluntly. To be victorious in trial, you need to have burning passion to take your cards in hand and use them with feeling. Don't let your emotions run rampant. A solid strategy is the foundation of victory, and that foundation begins with picking your side. So we're getting started then. Fine with me. Before you are identity cards. Each crown mage must pick one at the beginning of the trial. When you're ready, pick an identity card, and you'll be placed on either Makari, Hari's side, or the vastly superior Mukagi's side. Superior your own opinion, that is, the identity cards are shuffled randomly, but have faith and you'll be placed on the correct side. Huh. So they are shuffled. Okay. Activate heroes and gain influence to be victorious. Crown Mage, it appears that the Demiurges have asked me to spar against you today. While those two may bicker, you would do well to heed their insight. And rest assured, I will hold back my spear. I'd rather see your debating skills flourish than strike you down unfairly. Well said, the trial has begun, and you are one step on your way to becoming a great Crown Mage. Your next lesson is to become acquainted with the interface. Look up and you can see the profiles of you and your opponent. The Crown Mages on my side will be displayed from the left, and the Crown Mages on my side will be displayed from the right. In addition to displaying your name, your profile is always highlighted wherever it may appear. In the bottom left of your profile, you can see your energy count. Energy is your main resource in the trial. Make good use of it. To the bottom right of your profile, you can see your card count. While it's easy to see your own hand of cards, you can learn a lot by watching the counter on your opponent. This may be a bit to remember, so just pay attention to the energy and card symbols. And now I get to tell you the best part of a one-on-one takeover trial, the path to victory. The influence bar displays your current progress towards victory.
Hello, Shadow. How's it going? You missed all the story. Now we're actually just playing the card game. Because apparently the card game isn't a part of the story just yet. Your goal in the takeover trial is to complete the influence bar and overpower your opponent. It's going great? That's good. And in order to do that, we'll need to continue and draw some cards. At the beginning of the first round, you draw 4 cards from the deck. Cards come in 4 elements. These are represented by the color and symbol on the card. After drawing your initial cards, you have the opportunity to pick any that you would wish to redraw. Personally, I prefer matching elements. Playing your whole hand can really turn the trial in your favor. Given a variety of different elements is the only way to ensure consistency. You would be a fool to think otherwise. Ignore them. You are free to do what you want.
Questions for guys, part 1. Do you like tall girls or short girls?
Men.
Yes. Yes, Shadowkit, men. Big men. Huge men. In fact, you missed most of the men. Take a moment to get familiar with your cards and select the end turn button when ready. I'll just take this. Listen well, Crown Mage. It is time for the trial stage, when you are able to play the cards you have drawn. A card has been drawn from the top of the deck and placed in front of all Crown Mages. This is known as a trial card. Sorry, I just wanted to see what it did. You're good. There's another one for 1,000. Card has been drawn from the top of the deck and placed in front of all Crown Mages. This is known as a trial card. At the bottom of the interface, you can also see the cards you currently possess in your hands. Cards you have drawn so far are known as element cards and share a similar design. The goal of the trial stage is to play an element card that matches the element of the trial card. I'm sure our Crown Mage can work it out from here. Pick a card from your hand that matches the color and symbol shown on the trial card.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge
My crown mage,
boobs.
good work
I mean,
passing
some
the trial
serious
stage.
hunkers. A real setup of dunkers. Packing some Doban hunkeroos.
I love this video.
Massive the hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanhangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bakhanaga hooks. Humongous hungalongalongalongangus.
I don't know how to say that last thing, but yes. That's my crown mage, good work passing the trial stage. Crown mage, I find that hard to believe. They took my advice and followed it. No, they took the only option you gave them. Usually you would be one to criticize me for such things. Moving on, when you play a matching element card during the trial stage, you will gain 1 energy in pass. Oh, nice. Oh my god, I love that. Yes. Some hero abilities, such as my passive, will also allow you to play multiple element cards instead of just one in a single trial stage. Once you've finished playing your cards, you may end your turn. Now that the trial stage is over, we can see that the opponent failed to pass the trial stage before ending their turn. When you fail to pass the trial stage in a takeover trial, you will lose 1 influence and gain disparity. If both sides end their turn without passing, neither side will lose or gain influence, but both will still gain disparity. Next, we proceed into the hero stage. Here, crown mages can give energy to heroes, summon them, and activate their abilities to gain influence and ultimately achieve victory. Both sides take turn to act during the hero stage. The side with the least influence will go first. If tied, Makari Haru's side goes first. I have the first turn. Watch my form carefully, and you may learn a thing or two. It is now your turn in the hero stage. As the name suggests, this is your chance to summon and activate heroes. The interface is split into 2 hero spaces, one for my side and one for Mukaki's side. Here you will summon hero cards. You will need to use your energy in order to convince them to join your fight. And be sure to do so. Each hero has its own ability, and activating them is key to achieving victory. Before my turn, 2 cards were summoned. These are the god cards, Makari Hari and Mukaki. The god cards are summoned to their respective sides at the beginning of the trial. They have powerful abilities that only their side can use. That is to say, we have both a passive and active ability. Passive ability will trigger when certain conditions are met, as long as a hero card is on your side. An active ability requires energy to activate and must be triggered manually by your own crown mage. By you, crown mage. That's great and all, but our god cards are still on cooldown. They can't toggle the active ability yet. Well then, crown mage, I think you're ready to summon your very own hero. The summon button can be found next to your hero space. Take this chance to examine the hero cards and select the summon button when ready. Summon heroes using your energy. The amount of energy required to summon a hero is displayed in the top right of the card, as well as the ability in description. Remember that you will need to have your own energy before being able to summon a hero. And I have 2! I am always eager to engage with a curious mind, but do make some effort if you want me to join your side. I'll do what I do best, so call for me when you find your fortune ill. I would do their voices, but holy shit, I've been doing voices for 5.5 hours. I'm kind of just doing my own voice right now. Oh, I have caught your attention? You know what's good for you, Crown Mage. Do good by me, and you may come out on top. My fellow heroes, await your decision, Crown Mage. Take note of the abilities and pick a hero to summon. Zermes, discard your entire hand, pull 2 cards from the deck to your hand, then keep pulling pairs of cards as long as the elements match, else discard the last pair and stop. Raki's side discards 1 card from their hand. Heroes have their own energy, which is used to activate their abilities.
Highlight over a hero card to view its ability description and ability cost. When you're ready, right-click on your newly summoned hero card to toggle active their ability. Good, you've toggled a hero ability to activate at the end of your turn. To be precise, after ending your turn, abilities will execute in the order they were toggled. Now, what are you waiting for? End your turn already and get to the good part. After a hero uses their ability, your influence will increase. Overpower the opponent's influence to be victorious, which means you need to pass this trial stage and use hero abilities wisely to win. But don't forget, upon activating a hero ability, the hero card will go into cooldown for 1 round. Once the hero stage is complete, a new round begins. Crown Mage, draw your card and prepare for the next trial stage. A spell card? Playing a spell card causes an effect to happen during the trial stage. However, a spell card in your hand, hover over a spell card in your hand to see its effect. Runes are the foundation of magic. As such, you can identify a spell card at a glance by looking for circular rune pattern. Some spell cards must match the trial card before they can be played too. I say just play whatever cards you've got and see how it goes. No harm in trying. Good, your lack of strategic planning will do nothing but ensure my victory. Crown Mage, while spell cards are useful, you still need to play an element card in order to pass the trial stage. So you can play the spell card to help you pass the trial stage. Lucky, you drew an element card that you can use to pass the trial stage. There's nothing lucky about it. The strategic use of spell cards is invaluable to ensure you are able to pass the trial stage. Now, Crown Mage, play the matching element card and pass the trial stage. Good, next up is a hero stage. Since you're in the lead, your opponent will take their turn first. Even if I take my turn, I don't have any energy. Perhaps I may need to make use of my god card. Crocus used his god card, did he? Crown Mage, did you pay attention to what happened? Of course they did. When he used the god card's ability, Crocus lost influence instead of gaining it. Not only that, but the god card will be placed on cooldown for more rounds than usual. Our god card abilities are strong, but you must pay attention to the penalties associated with using them. Let us take this chance to push our way towards victory, Crown Mage. At the top of the interface, you may have noticed your opponent's disparity increasing. As mentioned before, when you fail to pass the trial stage, your disparity increases. Once you have enough disparity, you can activate disparity action, which can be helpful to win the trial. You can also highlight your disparity to see the current action. I have the perfect idea. Can't break the rules like that. Small miracle never hurt anyone. Crown Mage, activate your disparity action and don't forget to thank me after. Disparage 2 times influence. Now that's what I like to see. With Disparage active, you will gain double the influence from any hero card abilities you activate this round. Your methods are selfish as always. But now all they need to do is activate a hero ability to be victorious. Exactly as I planned! Now, Crown Mage, the hero card you used last round is still in cooldown, so we can't activate their ability. Victory is within your grasp, but you will need another hero card to take it. Well, they could always turn their opponent's hero card to their side. Oh yeah, we didn't tell them that yet. Crown Mage, sometimes your opponent will have a hero card that you want to use or prevent them from using. If you have energy, you can spend it to diminish the energy of an opponent's hero card. And when that energy reaches 0, you can spend 1 energy to turn that hero to your side. I think we have the perfect opportunity. Crown Mage, select your opponent's hero card and turn them to your side. Stop it. Oh, what a good student. Now we need to use that hero card against them. Give it 1 energy. Makari Hari's side draws one card to their hand. Here's here. Oh, nice. While my spear may be stronger than my tongue, you have done well to be victorious in our sparring today. Although Mukaki and Makari Hari ensured your victory in the end, you were the one to carry it through. You have learnt well, Crown Mage, to have grasped the basics of trials in such a short time. I dare say I teach well. You want to take all the glory, Makari Hari. I led them to victory. Good job, Crown Mage. Interesting. Very interesting mechanics. Right now my voice is starting to actually hurt a little bit. I think I'm gonna call it a day. Thank everybody so much for watching. Thank you, Sweet Overlord and Shadowkit, for being in chat today. Thank you to Sweet Overlord for the sub and the 100 bits. Thank you to Easy Stallion for following. Also, thank you to ArietaBot and Zach of the Board for following while I was offline. Holy shit, this has been almost 6 hours of voicing a lot of things. Hopefully tomorrow my voice will be well rested and I can talk. But until then, y'all have a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow with something else. Until then, goodbye. And bye-bye.